ethical, authentic, sports, entertainment, something for the old, something for the new, something for everybody in between. We leave nothing untouched. We are Spoon 107.5 FM.
Yes, sir. A special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Man. Charges on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you and know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Monrovia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Vonjema, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat Cape Town, congratulate my brother, to spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You wanna get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. Kilibamba, kilibamba, kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you got today?
Spoon TV.
Yes, what you got today?
Spoon TV. Spoon
Skidibidi dabado.
Spoon TV. Spoon Entertainment.
A special one from the CEO, stand coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday the Southern Man. Charges on the beat.
To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of our discussion. Spoon, spoon, spoon television. Spoon, spoon, spoon radio station.
Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Liberia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Monrovia. Spoon gonna tell you what is happening in Africa. Just to spoon you and know. If the children crying for starvation, just to spoon. You want to get a news update, my brother, to spoon. You want to know what is happening in Monrovia, to spoon. Politicians want to make their decision, just to spoon. You want to know what's happening in the ministry, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You from Vonjema, Maryland, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. If you eat Cape Town, congratulate my brother, to spoon. You got a Spoon TV, you got a Spoon Radio, to spoon. Yeah, to spoon. You wanna get a news update, to spoon. What? Yeah, Rastafari. Kilibamba, 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 kilibamba. What I want? Yes, what you about today?
Spoon TV. Spoon.
Yes, what you about today?
Spoon. Spoon TV. Spoon. Spoon TV. Spoon Entertainment. To the spoon to get your information. To the spoon to be part of the
Today is the 10th of October 2024. Let me say it again, October 10th, 2024. 1 year ago on this day, Liberians did go to the polls to vote president, representative, 15 senators, and a vice president as well, because the president and the vice president are elected on the same ballot, And by this time, 1 year ago on this day, this particular time, ears were pinned to the radio, social media was being largely followed, news filtering here and there, who leading, where results coming from, when will NEC speak, and a whole lot of other things. You will see blue hats, green hats. Then Liberians got introduced, to the name of William of Appleton, Edward Wade Appleton. Where Appleton coming from again? At this time, last year, by this time, we're being Appletonized. People were getting to know who is Edward Wade Appleton. The man getting votes. What's happening to Mr. Cummins? What's going on? Numbers are coming in, provisional numbers. Numbers were being churned here and there, and Liberians made their first round decision. Again, there were a lot of accusations from both sides of the aisle. Things didn't go as anticipated. Whether there will be a first round victory. That was being taunted by the two major political parties in the country, the CDC, which was the ruling party at the time, and the Unity Party, now ruling party, vying to oust the CDC. There were fear being mongered around. People say, go buy recipe, do they want pull in your hustle, all that kind of stuff, But we 1 year down the line. And on this day, the 10th of October, 2023, Liberians made a first round decision. Eventually, days after ballots were cast, the NEC said there would be a second round, which was predicted by many, but there was still some hope on this day going forward that there would have been a first round victory. Stars within both parties were claiming that they had gotten the 50% plus one, or even more, to be declared winners the first round. Jim Samuel Gude Flomo, how are you, sir? Oh, okay. All right. I understand the Bobo sound, no burn. I understand. I do see Dr. Richardson is in the background, but she's at a different location, so we'll bring her on. Doc, what's up with you?
I'm okay. I'm at the office. I'm just here for maybe 10 minutes or so, and I have to run to class. How are you doing?
I'm all right, though. I'm all right.
That's good. That's very good. I see that you're reminiscing about elections last year. You're not easy. Yeah.
People were calling here and there. But 1 year ago, reminiscing, retrospecting, what was going through your mind?
What was going through my mind? Well,
emotion.
I was glued to the information, the radio, the TV, everything, Facebook, to see what was going on in Liberia. And I couldn't really, I knew it was between Buckeye and Wea. I knew that much. I was in the country for the first round of votes. You know that, right?
Yeah.
And so I got a sense of how people were thinking and feeling. I was actually up in Nimba in District 7. And it was really interesting. I got to watch the whole voting process. And I would ask Liberians to do that as some kind of, volunteer. You learn a lot about your own country. You learn about people because there were representatives from each party in the little room, and the room that we're in were even so telling about education in Liberia. I mean, this room, I have to. I'm gonna go. You got me reminiscing now. I'm gonna actually go look back and look at pictures. I mean, I was more observant of where I was in terms of the room. It was There was no ceiling on the roof. You could look straight up and see zinc roof. The room was very dusty and dark, and I was distracted by how our students can sit in that room for a day in, day out for 8 hours. And then what was even more surprising to me, they had international observers that came all around to observe our elections. Um, they had asked me questions about women participation and all of that, and then when they asked other people questions, so that was actually even more telling to me. Um, I must give a lot of credit to NEC. The whoever they sent to our way, they knew what they were doing. My husband, I was really surprised because we were a team in one room, and then there were other members of ANC in other room, and we were there from. I think we left the house 6 o'clock that morning. We didn't get back until 6 o'clock the next morning. Can you believe that? You know, um, the security person, we didn't even get food. I mean, we wanted to bring the food. The security person decided to argue with us. He didn't want any contraband coming in, even though it was food. All he could have to do was search. And when I stepped out to eat, because I couldn't eat in the environment, it was like so dusty and dark. And I said, "Can I please go outside to eat?" He started arguing. I heard he was a seditious who really just was just angry at anybody else who was not proclaiming, that they were sedition or anything like that. So, but he was the security guard, and he was really causing a lot of, even to bring food, the drinks, and everything. And I was very gracious. I was not just bringing food for myself because we had been there with everybody was there for everybody. My husband and we decided to just bring drinks for everybody because everybody was just sitting there. I mean, some people brought their food with them, and they were able to exchange. Um, like they had a backup person to exchange coverage. We just wanted to see the whole thing, so I don't think we wanted to exchange. I think we had backup person, but I was like, no, I'm okay because I didn't want to miss the process. But anyway, that was my take of the election process, my reflection about it. I'm definitely going to go look at those pictures and see.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Richardson. At about this time last year, it was about swallowing and licking. Remember? Yeah, it was about who's going to lick and who's going to swallow. But 1 year down the line, different stories being heard at this moment in the country. We've passed that bridge. We have a president now. We also do have a lot of things happening in the country, like today. I spare what the flyer says. Yesterday, the Commerce Minister, Ami Modad, the Spoon Network, reported that news after we got the information from our sources that he had resigned. Later, did we post his resignation letter as well, talking about impeccable sources and always breaking information that Liberians need to know. Today, again, our sources have hinted that the president has made a decision, but you guys will talk about it in depthly. But we do have the letter from the now former officer in charge of the Liberia Drug Enforcement Agency, Christopher Peters, who has resigned. He outlined his achievements at the LDA for the 4 months for which he was in charge of that institution, but also outlined challenges. A part of his achievements, he said they were able to have arrested $4 million worth of contrabands in the country for the 4 months for which he served at the LDA as officer in charge. They also secured long prison sentences for drug traffickers and peddlers. He also mentioned that he did restore calm and unity there at the Liberia Drug Enforcement Agency. About challenges, he talked about the agency being understaffed, talked about, the agency being underfunded, and a lot of other challenges. He thanked the president in his letter for affording him the opportunity to serve his country in that capacity. But equally so, he had to go back to his previous employment prior to taking on affairs there at the LDA. But there are other political pundits, who are saying that, look, the resignation was somewhat
forced and based on what occurred there at the CDC headquarters, that whole warrant issue, you know, it was a serious thing that might have led Mr. Peters to have resigned. His letter didn't say that though, but from speculative, you know, reasoning, people have said that probably that is the prime reason for him resigning. If offered the job as head of the DEA, he might have taken it as well. But based on that particular one, you know, he had to let go of the job. And the president, we've been told, has made a decision about the entire LDEA leadership. You know, the top three that are the lead at the LDEA, we've been informed that a decision has been made as well. Other things happening in the country, the Armed Forces of Liberia is set to receive $20 million worth of equipment from the African Union. That is going to include personnel carriers, armored personnel carriers, you know, a mechanized weapon system. They'll also be receiving cranes and the rest of the equipment, you know, package to not only aid in defending the country, but also to aid in rescue efforts as well. So that is another news that we have informed our people about. A lot of other things happening in the country, Dr. Richardson, but we decided to pick up on amongst the bunch. On the social side, a man has been sent to be prosecuted, you know, by the American embassy for impersonating his dead brother. His brother had won a DV, the DV process with the University of DC, and he passed away. And this brother of his decided to use the opportunity, you know, not to waste the space, you know, to represent his brother in spirit and in truth in the U.S. along with the wife of his brother. But their scheme was, you know, was nabbed. They were able to have been caught, and the U.S. embassy turned them over to the Liberian National Police for prosecution. So a lot of other things happen in the country, but that's the pick of the bunch, Dr. Richardson. James, how are you?
Well, I'm okay. God still money me. Dr. Richardson, how are you?
I'm good. Good day. How you doing?
Number. And with that story, I think the social story, the U.S. embassy, I'm also told the brother who passed away had a case with the American embassy regarding his DV, and he won the case, but unfortunately he passed away. So his brother wanted to make use of it. PB things happening.
You know, the main thing about the way we got one of our traditional.
Huh?
What are you graduating?
But God's willing, this is my final year.
Oh wow! Congratulations!
Yeah,
it's been that long. I was just thinking about you a couple of days ago.
Yeah, I've been here for 2 years now. This is the 3rd year.
Oh wow! Wow!
You see how years
fly? I know. I was thinking about you, and I don't know. I was just thinking about how good you've been and all of that stuff. So.
Yeah, you need to come back. You need to come so I can go. You know that time by time.
Yeah. So
okay, we'll turn our conversation back.
It's been like 2 years now. But God's willing, I should be done with everything next September. Yeah.
Yeah. I was so in light of how everybody resigning and taking position, everything. I think that was I'm not thinking about your flip flopping.
No, we have to, you know, I try about dress now. Right now, Dr. Richardson, from what we've been informed of, the type of, you know, the president told those party officials who've also got government appointment, presidential appointments, to resign their positions, right? He told them yesterday at day one of the special cabinet retreat. He told them yesterday that you cannot be holding 2 positions against the code of conduct. So you either have to choose one. Either you want to remain serving in an appointed position in government, or you want to remain holding a party position. So they have to make decisions. But equally so, there is serious jostling for the modernity. There are a lot of folks within the current government structure that are holding on to party positions. Mo Ali, Amos Twe, there are other.
Mo Ali has position.
Mo Ali wasn't the spokesperson for the United Party, isn't that?
No, he lost the election, bro.
The spokesperson wasn't Mo Ali the spokesperson for the United Party?
That's true.
Mo
He was
lost
appointed.
the election.
Okay.
In
No,
Ghana.
he lost the secretarial position.
Yes.
Yeah.
But then
But
they
was it not?
appointed him as
Was it only for the
spokesperson.
campaign that he was the spokesperson, or the spokesperson for the party? Which one?
Spokesperson, Mo Ali?
I remember
Amos
that.
Twere is the SG.
No, I think it should be Colonial Crack.
What about the SG? Amos Twere.
Amos Twere is the SG, and SG automatically is the spokesperson for the party.
Okay, let's go back to that. So Amos Twere is the SG.
Yeah, so meaning
And
he's the
holding government
spokesperson.
position.
Yes.
Yeah, so okay, so I might be wrong on the Mo Ali thing. It was
Yeah.
probably for the campaign. He was a spokesperson for the campaign. But
Yeah, he
Amos
was
Twere is
okay.
not-
The campaign, yes.
Yeah, so Amos Twere
Not
is
the
the
party.
SG of the party, right? Like the
Yes.
Richardson Act, for examples.
Yeah.
And there are others who have got government appointment and they still have.
And
the
they
party.
have one. They have one Fofana who is also the assistant. I think the assistant spokesperson for. I think media affair for the party. He's the director for logistics at the how you call it, the NPA, the National Port Authority, and you also have the chairperson, Dr. Luther Tappe, also at the National Port Authority. I think he's on the board, right? I think the board chair or a member of the board. Yeah. There are several of them. You have the youth chair. The youth chair is also, I think, one of the deputy directors at the Liberia National Transit Union. How do we call
Transit
it?
Authority.
Yeah, authority. LNTA.
Guys, I'm
or
gonna-
whatever. Yeah,
I'm
so
gonna
you have
see
many
guys.
of them.
Good job as always. I will talk to you guys and see you tomorrow. Join us tomorrow for Spoon Talk Business. We have a fascinating program for you. So I look forward to seeing you guys at Spoon Talk Business and also Spoon Talk. Thank you. Good job. Bye bye.
You going now?
Yeah, I gotta run to class at almost 4:30.
Oh, okay.
I gotta go teach on existential isolation.
Okay.
Chew on that a little bit. All right, guys. Bye bye. Yeah.
Yes.
All right, Dr. Richardson.
Yeah,
So
so
back to
that
that
was-
story, James.
Yeah,
The-
they
the
have
president
many, they
called
have
on
many
them
of them.
You said there are many in the current
Yeah,
government.
the youth chair is
They've asked
working in the
to
party.
resign.
The youth chair is working. The deputy spokesperson, one Fofana, he's the logistic head at NTA. He's also working. The party chair is with him, but again, the party chair. Some will argue that a board chair position is to be member of a board is not really an important position. Like someone will tell you that Cummings did not work in Ellen's administration because he was on a board. Yeah, that argument has been in the media for some time. So maybe he will put that argument up again. I am just a member of the board. I am not an official government official, right? I'm not officially working in the government. Maybe that will also be, maybe somehow that argument will hold.
What are the duties of a board member, and what do they do?
These people need to come up with decisions that will impact or affect the institution, to make reasonable decisions and have meetings to pass resolutions that will implement the institution, depending on the outcome or what happens within the institution. That's how board chairs meet. Sometimes these people meet sometimes 3 times a year, sometimes 2 times a year, 4 times a year, and they get paid. They get certain fee. They are not on salary, right? They are not on salary like other government officials. They when they have meetings, then when the board meet, they give you certain fee. After that, you don't get any money again. If that 3 times,
Are they important? Is being a board member? Is it?
yeah, it is important because there are institutions. The higher decision body in our institution is the board. Is the
Do
board
they
that will
get
come
paid?
up. Eh?
Do they get paid?
That is the pay. The pay they get is the sitting fee. They are not on regular salary.
Is it an official function if you are a board member?
The official function is with the institution. If the institution needs you, you will have to come together to make a decision that will impact that institution and the nation at large. Because the decisions that the board members will make will affect or will improve the institution or break the institution down. But they are not like ministers and other people who get monthly salary. No, board members do not get monthly salary. They get certain fees. If they meet 3 times in a year, they get their certain fee 3 times in a year. But some of them, bro, they take home good money. Oh. Sometimes some certain fees are 5,000, so now 2,000.
let me take this call. Let me leave you on for a bit,
Yeah,
take this
3,000.
call quickly.
They just make policy for the institution. They are not really like officially employed to say every month they're going to get a salary. So maybe Luther can also put up the argument to say, hey, I'm just a board member. Who knows? Cummins was a board member though at what was the institution in Calcutta?
BWR.
Yeah, BWR. Cummins.
So we have the managing director of the Liberia Water and Sewer Corporation, Mwali, online. We'll give him a minute quickly.
I know he wants to make correction, but our spokesperson,
plus other things.
Brother,
yes, Mr. Ali,
we want
yes,
water.
Actually, good evening to you. Good evening to Good Day.
Good evening.
So I actually want to talk about the board thing. You were asking about the importance of the board. The board is important because it serves as that regulatory body of every entity that has a board. So, for example, Liberia Water and Sewer Corporation, the board approves almost every major thing. So, you have a budget. The board, in the case of the LWSC, is your own legislature. So, the board approves your budget. The board approves your annual work plan. And every major decision you make, like on investment, contracts, and all these kind of things, that's why the board approves them. And if there are major contracts, the board approves those major contracts. And, the issue of a board fee for those who are statutory members is tricky. The 2 justice ministers have issued opinion, which we are currently working by, that board fee for statutory members, that is those who are already employed in government, like ministers and other people, is not double dipping. Justice Minister Musa Dean in recent time and Justice Minister Benedict Sano, they wrote an opinion on that and is with every entity. So, but the government can decide to do a policy and say, okay, statutory members will not get board fee, but when they are going to board functions, the entity could be responsible to cover up their expenses they made to and fro the board fee. Now, for the non-statutory members, they are entitled to board fee. So those 2 justice ministers will find, and their opinions are there, which people can rely on. A board fee for statutory member is not double dipping.
Mr. Ali, just one question quickly before we join the rest of the panelists to kickstart.
That Mo?
Yes, Mo Ali. My question.
But why Mo called early today?
And that easy, the pressure.
So my question is.
No. Wait, Damon. Why Mo called early today?
The pressure.
Now who double dipping?
So I just wanted to speak on the issue of the board thing a little bit.
So, my man, Damon, you bring more on, Damon, you bring me on. Hey, Damon.
You get
Why they start on man let me keep flower? You cool, man. Yeah, man. You got me flower, everything.
Damon, you bring more on, you bring me on. You get more free pass. Emma Stewart and Reverend Tabe got to resign, but yesterday. Come on, Mo. You can polish it. I mean, that's the conversation, yeah. But anyway, let me listen to my friend Mo, Mohammed Chemical Adi. Talk to us, Mo.
What is it?
Yeah, he's still on the phone. Yeah, my question to you quickly is the chairman of the ruling party, Reverend Tape, is on the board, right? And the president has asked that all those holding party positions and with government portfolios should resign. Where do you stand on his board membership and resignation from one of the 2 positions?
Well, it has to be defined as to whether this affects the political position of the chairman, because the board membership he's on is not a working board. Now, there are 2 types of board. two types of boards. There are working boards, and there are those that are there that are just regulatory. For example, in the case of LTA, the board that is there is a working board, the Board of Commissioners. In the case of NPA, LPRC, and Water and Seawall, they are not working board, they are regulatory board. They help to regulate the activity of the entity. And so they do not have office spaces there. They meet quarterly. So those boards meet 4 times a year, except in an instance of emergency. Like, for example, LWSC, we recast our budget and we needed the board to come and approve the recast budget. And then several policies we had drafted, we needed them to recast. Other than that, boards just meet 4 times a year. So that does not affect your position because you are not like a regular employee or a regular appointee, like the managing director of Water and Sewer or LPRC or the deputy managing directors. So that will have to be defined by lawyers.
Okay.
Unless if it is a
Mo, let me interrupt you. Mo, let me ask you a question. Thank you very much that I met you guys. It's part of our conversation today. Mo, someone just said that you just playing around because it's Unity Party. They're saying that listen, I'm reading exactly. They are listening to you right now. Just cut it to the chase. Reverend Tapper need to resign. Amos Sweat need to resign. To fight this battle and say, well, it's not a working board, it's a working board, I think it defeats the purpose and the position of the party. I mean, are you still going to encourage your party chairman to remain and go through the process?
Like I said, Stanton, I think it is left to interpretation when it comes to the issue of regulatory board, which is not a working board like in the case of the LTA. But again, I do not have absolute control over this particular subject matter. That would be left with lawyers, or if people feel disenchanted, they could challenge that to court. So I will refrain from making any comment on that particular one as it relates to the chairman.
Have you guys gotten any resignations since the president spoke yesterday from those who have appointed positions and also holding party positions? Resignations coming in already? It's been 24 hours.
I am not on the national coordinating committee of the party, and I'm not the chairman. Normally, resignations will go to the chairman. I have not heard any news of somebody resigning yet, and there are conversations ongoing within the party, I guess.
But Mo, I understand. Even if you do, you won't say it right now because I know you're part of steward. But let me ask you: if you separate Reverend Tapper, do you think then Amos Twai as Secretary General should resign immediately?
Well, we have had several conversations, and Managing Director Amos Twai is now bent on remaining as Secretary General of the Unity Party. All he wants to see is a vibrant Unity Party. So if he is resigning, and I'm saying if he is resigning as Secretary General, he needs to lead the process that will have the executive committee to vet and elect a new Secretary General for the party. So while it is
is there anything confusing? What was so confusing to Amos Twai that he stayed hold on and it led the president to give the proclamation that he needs to step down?
Like I said, Stanton, I'm not very sure. Amos Twai and I, we talked about this today. Amos Twai has no intention of saying, I must remain here. It is my birthright or this and that. It's just a matter of policy, and this is a party issue. He was duly elected at the convention in Banga in 2022, July. And so the issue of resignation is not just, you just get up in the morning, you have a dream, you say, I resign today as Secretary General of the party.
So Amos Twai didn't know that the party and Amos Twai didn't know that the party and the country constitution, the country or code of conduct said that he must step down as party secretary general, or he was just going for the ride to jam the president, the political leader?
So I'm not sure Amos Tuer jammed the president or whatever. Yesterday, I was in the cabinet retreat when the president said, you know, he was not very aware of the aspect of the code of conduct and that people have told him. So he said, if this is the law, then those in party positions and holding positions in government should choose between their positions in the party and or the position in government. And the president did not get direct mandate to say Amos Tuer resign or this fellow person resign. And you know, when you give those kind of ultimatum, the person in the position can decide to say, okay, I will hold on to my party position. But like I said, our Secretary General is not hell-bent on saying, I will not resign or anything. He has to ensure, if he intends to resign, that the party is brought together so that we can have a proper structure in place. I will not just encourage the Secretary General to say, oh, Amos, they can resign now because the code of conduct says you should resign. No, I will not go by that. I will not ask him to do so. I will want to see the Secretary General leading a process so that if he is exiting, he should exit in the manner and form that he will leave in place a structure that will continue to run our party like he's doing.
Mo, is there not any systems or procedures in place at the Unity Party that can see an emergency convention or whatever it is happen?
No, there is. We have had emergency convention before.
So why is the SG waiting to make sure you get somebody in place?
You don't need that though. You got other secretaries under this SG.
General position, it was an emergency convention. No, so
Moadi, thank you, Moadi.
Secretary General, Stanton, hold on. I know you want bash our party leaders, but let me say this.
But why would I bash him? Why you always attacking me, Mo? I said thank you. That's all I said.
My man, listen. Amos Tuer is our Secretary General, and Amos will take the right decision. But I am not going to stay here and say Amos Tuer resign today because. Okay.
But I think Mo. Wait, 1 minute. Good day. Good day. Go ahead. Good day.
Mo.
Yeah.
You talk about system. You know, that system can take the next 6 years to put things into place to have another person to take care when Amos Tuer shall have left. So, are you trying to tell us that you are encouraging Amos Tuer to put this system into place, and without you outlining or telling us the duration that it's going to take? Because imagine the president has spoken. The president said, pick between the government job and your party, which position is okay. So if you are still telling us that Amos Tuer should resign, but you know, you should put things together. Why? Why are you saying this? And if that is to happen,
I am saying, and listen to the English as
well. Who's speaking.
I said, if Secretary General Amos decides to resign, if he decides to resign, I will not encourage him to just resign like that because our code of conduct says he should resign. No, I will not do that. I will not advise him as such. As a Secretary General, if, and I underscore the word if he decides that I will resign, then he needs to oversee a process that will bring into place a new vibrant.
So hold on, Kude, we gotta go. Kude. So Kude, we gotta go. More Adi, listen, we'll call you back because we gotta talk about Amin Modad Double Jara, the former Secretary General of the party. We will be calling you. Please pick up our call, because you are confusing me like hell, and you are confusing a lot of Liberians out there. You are putting the president's statement in a situation that he cannot handle any longer. Because you're telling Amos Tuer, say if he decides to resign, if thing is a problem because you are not respecting the code of conduct. But again, to my friend, my brother, Mohammed Chemical Ali, we will call you. Please pick up our call, bro.
See, I just want to chime in something quickly, and Is it Mr. Tware's responsibility, or the party has got its own structure and mechanism that works for it? That if you resign, there can be an acting SG and there can be an emergency convention.
And that's where Goodell was going. You saw somebody acting, Diamond. Yeah, but you got to understand this, Diamond. I disagree with Mo Ali. Seriously. People are playing games. I am not a Unity partisan. I'm not a member of Unity Party. But if you can beat on CDC for the same thing, do the right thing. And that's the problem. The president shouldn't come and announce it. They must well resign. Reverend Luther Tappe, oh, your job is not this board member job, but it's this one. So you can either stay there or don't stay there too long or leave later because you're not the kind of board member. No. That's all game.
Yeah, and
these people won the election. They should go ahead and step aside. If Reverend Tappe wants to stay on the job, he should step aside from being board, chair of the board, Freeport. If Luther Tappe wants to stay on the job as Secretary General, he should now say, you know what, I'm done. I don't want to be the MD for LPRC. You cannot have it both ways. This is not the kind of message we should listen. These guys then will resign. So anything you want to say. Once the president put it out there, they will step down.
Yes, I will agree with you partly, right? They have to resign, but with the chairperson Luther Tappe position, I think is questionable because he's not a full-time employee of the government. He's just he's an employee of the government. Board chair, you mean that you board chair. You're getting what you need to get. You agree to it. He should step down. You got to stop this thing. Don't kind of put makeup on a peak and say you think partly I agree with you.
I've noticed that these few days that your favorite line now.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, they try to put that lipstick on a pig and think that it will work. Don't put Band-Aid on a wound. I agree with your disagreement, but I disagree with you and your disagreement.
And I still disagree with your disagreement.
So there's no way we will come here and say it's good. It's bad. This guy. Here's the issue.
1 minute.
Mo Ali said President Joseph Yuma Boakai was just informed about the structure, about the code of conduct. You heard him saying that, right, Damo?
Yeah.
No, I disagree. The president know about the code of conduct. For 12 years as vice president, why would Mo Ali give CDC weapon to follow? What he just said, the president, it was just made clear to the president about the code of conduct. I disagree. I think Mo Ali slick. I would take that back because Joseph Yuma Boakai is seasoned and he knows the code of conduct. So I disagree with Mo. But again, I will say to everybody, these guys, they must resign. And they will resign. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls in the Prophet Q ward, boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Spoon Talk. We got a lot of information, a lot of resignation, a lot of appointment, a lot of stepping down, a lot of going up, whatever the case may be for the Spoon. This is where we come and break all the news. They call it the boom breaking news. We want to say thanks to all of our entire team. Like you see, Goodell right now, he's not working. He's home. And you know, he's trying to hustle. Yeah, I tell you, whether you can, I ain't going to give you anything. That's why whenever you see Goodell on the show, it means that he petting me for something. Diamond, let me give you a secret now. Whenever everything fine, he will check up. When you see you on the show, he want to be petting me in the corner and say, see you when you see me, I can't. So let me say something to you. Wherever you see him, ladies and gentlemen, that something did it. The man, he be harassing me, so he know exactly. I know his speed. The man I call Malatiti, he call me on 3 o'clock. When like you not call me and Malatiti together? And you know, he try to get all little. We big yeah. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, I got my sister Glenny JJ in the back. Uncle Sam is coming. Abdullah Mame will be here. Mr. Dwad will be here. I don't know whether Fadiga coming tonight, but anyway, I hope to see Fadiga in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. I pray that Fadiga come. Fandana Patrick is coming on.
Fadiga coming on tonight.
This is the day I really want to see Fadiga.
Why this day in particular?
Today is the 10th month, 10th day of the year. 10-10. 10-10.
How
This is
does
the day I
that
really
work?
want to see Fadiga.
Yeah, but you just mentioned a date, but you didn't say why you want to see him.
Look, listen that. This is the day I really want to see Fadiga. Should I explain further to you? I know my reason. Fadiga and myself, we don't see eye to eye. So today I want to see the man out, then you want to get back again.
Fadiga
my
Bossman lost his job.
I remember way back. Today I want to see Fadiga again, then you get vet. That's the day I choose to see Fadiga.
Yeah.
That's the day I choose to see Fadiga. I want to see Fadiga today. I really do. I want to see Fadiga. The UJ. The devil is in the detail. That's how you can say the devil is in the detail. The Liberian people are not informed. Everyone is right. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Spoon Talk. We love having you every day. We want you to understand that this is the place you come to hear the best, the goodies, nothing but the truth. So help me, oh God. This is what, oh my God. Conor Gray is coming early today. Woo. Jesus of Nazareth, in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Conor Gray is coming. Ooh. Conor Gray and Alpha decided to come early today. Yesterday, they were in the back forever. So they're going to say, you know what? We will be there before everybody. Jesus Christ of Nazareth. You guys are arriving early today. First come, first serve, folks. We're going to take 10 at a time. So, Conor Gray, it's good to see you, man. I've talked about former chief of staff to Alexander Cummings, 1.621. Is that 1.62 or 1.65?
1.61.
1.61.
1.61.
1.61. The man took Cummings from 7% to 1.61. It's good to see you, brother Asifa. It's good to see you, the retired corner. Okay, my man, by that interrupt our show by. That 1.61, the records are there. And the records are there. That 1.61.
Chief of staff don't run campaign.
My man, you will tell your own entire that 1.61. Anyway, you put it behind you, that 1.61. The number can lie. Granny, what you eating on our show for? What you eating, Granny?
It is Slawe.
Yeah, she do it. She posted it on my channel. I saw her.
I'm not eating anything.
Oh, are you sucking your tongue?
I have a mint that I was finished eating.
Yeah, but I know I see your mom moving. I'm a lip reader. I see your mom moving.
You're everything reader. You're everything reader. I only because you already charged now for the day.
No, because listen, folks, share the show. Welcome to the Spoon Talk. There's a reason why you will see me screaming today. Damo. Oh, Damo, you get Adidas, I get Adidas. It's like you are reading me the money, eh? I get Adidas.
And you said they're trying to be that you?
They all did. They tried to
get
all day they would try. They would try to get make it. They would try to get make it. I go on.
Adidas, where coming from?
That thing that from down water side on Fata. That we are. We are.
You can make up the man. We can make up your own life.
You know, if you're getting something so unique and expensive, don't get a BB sign. It will just take something small. Yeah. All days I dream about sports. I did that.
But it's not to be all day I dream about Stanton.
Okay. All day I dream about Stanton. There you go. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we want to welcome you on the Spoon Talk. We want to say thank you for coming our way. Listen, because of you, we are here. It's a lot of information coming, a lot of breaking news. What President Joseph Yima Bwaga is doing across the country. He's about to leave the country to go meet the Holy Father, the Pope. Guys, that's powerful. And yet, anybody that shake the Pope hand, they're going to heaven. President Bwaga shake the Pope hand, he's going to heaven. That's powerful.
The Pope said, you know where he's going.
I'll go heaven too.
The Pope go to purgatory. I want to say to all of you, it is important for you to join us and share this show. Wherever you find yourself, increase your radio volume. We will be talking to you tonight. What's going on with LDA? Christopher Peter resigned. Guys, you guys will be uploading the document now, baking you up. What's going on with LRA? This account that was created by Double Jada, separate. Listen. Something about Double Jada that's scaring me. Seriously. We have to discuss double jala today. The same way Jovia people created a can, Conagray, that they were chopping from, double jala created a can too. But that means telling you, welcome to it. People don't learn. People choose not to learn the thing that Joseph Boaga sleeping and he's a baby. So they feel that they can do anything, but they forget to know that we here. We here. So we'll be discussing this. You got the double jala, you got the LDA, and you also have what is going on between the Liberia National Police and CDC. Something is happening between the Liberia National Police and CDC. We can leave these stories. We just cannot. Our country is getting fresh every day. New breed, new ideas, everything looking fresh. So we have to make this thing very clear. A lot of corruption. What we learned again from the public work ministry, massive corruption into the $22 million. The people that they gave the 40% to, they took the paper, they went to the bank. The people holding their head, the government ain't paying them yet. They look at Roland Guinness and say, but where the money is all get off? Roland Guinness said, I get the money. Guys, we come here every day to talk to you. By fire, by force, our country should be okay. No weapon formed against Liberia will prosper, not this time. No fashion formed against Liberia will prosper. It is important for us to build a new Liberia. It is important for us to build a new Liberia, because Liberia is all we have. You cannot be sitting there and somebody stealing your resources and you be quiet. Even if you die trying, die fighting. But you just can't sit there and somebody rob the nation. LRRC, Honor Patrick Woolsey, over 63 different checks written to family members. Over 63 different checks written to senator staff from their offices. This is horrible. I have the documents. We'll go back to the DSA issue. People requesting so many DSA. They just requesting it. They not pay. They tired. They say, as if I traveling to England, as if I will collect first DSA. When he get there, they will say, as if I need additional DSA because things not adding up. They will send out one. Who eating the people DSA?
I'm going to Tanzania next week. Let them send something for me to go for my DSA.
I'm saying it's not a joke. Somebody eating the people, the Liberian people money under the pretense that people have DSA bank.
Well, who cashing the check? Who cashing the check?
I mean, we come to you, but we come to you. All your question. Let me do this. I'm begging you. I will say to everybody, when you're on your way home in the Texas, right? Turn the radio volume up. When you're home and you sit not under that plum tree, turn the volume up. Because of you and me, Liberia will be better. Liberia must change. Liberia will change. You see everybody here? You see Glenn Akan from white? She pour Aladura hater on white. What Aladura hater?
Let's see the slipper. La white slipper?
The white too. Sorry to the Aladura people. I'm going to call your name. No, seriously. We come running to bring you good tidings. We come running to bring you good news. We are running because Liberia is all we have. Mr. Dwadu can say, forget that thing. I get you $291,000. I don't need to talk about Liberia. My children are okay. I get my home. I can get on my boat. Oh, is that Army that boat? No, we'll leave that one alone. But, as if you wasn't here yesterday, your man Army resigned. But it's for us as people to know the truth. We got 4 minutes. I'm happy today. I'm so happy because the country is on track. I'm so happy because JMB is trying. He may not have 100%, but he's trying. You can see the passion in him. You can see the passion to see a better Liberia. He's doing something that we didn't see in years. In 18 years. Somebody said 60. I said no. In 18 years, I didn't see that. What JMB is doing in Liberia. In 18 years. Maybe you can blame me. But in 18 years, Colonel Gray, something JMB doing I have not seen. And listen, please correct me. I won't get mad at you. If you're sedition, correct me. But something JMB is doing that I have not seen in 18 years. And if JMB made a mistake, we'll correct him. Abdullah Kamara got to go. LTA, he stole the people money. Double Jada intentionally. He knew that he was getting into the criminal behavior with Amin Boda. We have to speak against Double Jada. I say in so many texts today. And we gotta say the truth. Open a separate bank account, acting like Samuel Twe and honor the George Banner. We are government. You are doing the same thing. We have to speak against it. We have the documents.
We have the documents.
We have the documents. Anywhere you see Spoon Talk, just say we have the documents, please. Because we're not come here and talk.
Don't promise, don't deliver.
I mean, I'm not giving it to you. I don't trust you. This one, I don't trust Fadiga. I don't trust you. I'm giving it to you. So I want to say to all of you, welcome to the Spoon Talk, guys. Before we say anything, or before this great man and our sister Glennie come on to say anything, please share the show. We'll wait for you. If you on your Facebook, on your YouTube, wherever you find yourself, please share the show. We'll be starting the program 9 p.m. Liberian time. We're just here to talk Tabata from the beginning. We have a great schedule, a great topic. I'm waiting for you to say you have shared the show. The conversation today, we're going to add to it, like you can see here. Oh, Dama, is it? President Bouaga, LDA decision, LRA another scandal, CDC party headquarters eviction battle. We will be discussing everything and more to come. You want to know why the OIC, the officer in charge of LDA, resigned today? You want to know why? I know why. You want to know what's going on with the party headquarters and the Liberia National Police and the court? We like to know. You want to know what the decision of President Joseph Yeman Barker, the rumors that are going around? You like to know when the OMED will take decision? You also like to know the trip the OMED is going on in Rome, the importance of that trip. You also like to know why we are here talking to you today. So I don't want to waste your time. I really don't want to waste your time. I'm asking you, please, share the show and let us know that you have shared the show. I'm going to call your name, Ruben. Thank you for sharing. Emmanuel Keke, thank you. We want to say share this net. John, thank you very much. Francie Hannah, thank you. Vera Wallace, as always, my sister Vera. Vivian Eastman, thank you very much. You guys, please share the show. Let us know where you're joining us from. I'm going to go back in studio to talk to the great men and women that bring you this wonderful news today. I will start with my brother, Colonel L. Remy Gray. He came before us in October. Here comes Mr. Duado, Uncle Sam Jackson, Abula Mame. Guys, just make it your intro. 1 minute each. Let's go.
You know, Senton, one of the frustrations I had was we were busting our butt out, working on stories, and bringing things up, and yet the president was not making the move. But now that I've seen that he's moving in that direction, I'm one of the happiest people that our effort has not gone in vain. And I heard people are saying that because someone resigned, look, the commerce minister did not take that job only to resign. Something chased after him that led him to resign. So, I mean, people are making stories to make him feel good. The next move should be sent forward to for inquiry. I think this is where probably the LACC should step in and let us find out why he resigned. We want to know. If he didn't do wrong, he will go face the LACC. And I said it before, Stenton, that maybe we need to take a deeper look or probably set up a sting operation on folks like Jobo Jala. One thing they taught me in intelligence school is when you're trying to dig up something, don't presume that the culprit is a man or a woman. Just attack the issue. Don't say this man is an integrity icon, so therefore In other words, you have given him a biased identity, which will hamper your ability to, to dig behind him. But I think we need to look keenly and closer who Daba Jala is. I think he's not an individual who some people think he is. And I'm waiting for us to dig deeper. There's something behind him. Thank you.
I think Isaac was next.
No, I'm next.
Actually, it was you, but you were not here.
I came last, but
No. I said please, then we'll go to our sister Glenny. Please.
oh, okay, no problem. Yes, so being away for a while, it's fun to be back, and I'll be going away again. So maybe I'll try to catch the show from Tanzania. Hopefully that happens. But hello to all the people out there. Again, while I was out there, a couple of times I did go out and meet Liberians again. They were very thankful for the platform that Spoon is, for the diversity of ideas. As hard as the CEO can try to suppress some dissenting views, the people still appreciate the diversity. But while I was away, when the president came, he made a few statements. According to Sam, who timed it, about 15 minutes, understand?
No, anyway, you got to hurry. We got 1 minute. A lot of people can't
Time the president's speech, man. Get talk.
Yeah, some of the things the president need to look at, and they started today talking about the budget at the meeting, or they started yesterday, whatever that meeting was. They need to do a zero-based budget. That budget is a corrupt budget. They need to look at that budget, tear it apart, and start it from the ground up. All the little perks that are hiding all over there, those set aside that these lawmakers can put into certain, ministries or agencies, that when you look across ministry or agencies at the allocation for certain things, they don't make sense at all. They need to review that budget and sanitize it. That budget is corrupt, it's unpure, it needs to be sanitized. Paychecks.
I beg you, that's a public. Can you mute yourself?
The president said paychecks versus jobs. So they talk about performance management. I'm excited about that. So hopefully they will really have a performance management system and people will be accountable to something. The president talked about systems. He needs to appoint a technology czar and a performance/system czar that can really get some of these on service centers and e-governance, simple, low-hanging fruit in place.
Thank you.
The president talk about the diaspora.
Thank you. That 1 minute, my brother. We come and you go into it. I beg you.
I'm at the top of the different. Let me just think the one diaspora piece. Now I can break it down.
Yeah, but that 1 minute. I said that 1 minute.
The last 10 seconds, where the president said people can be here, they can be over there. Mr. President, we are in a virtualized world. We are in a technology world. You talk about digital transformation. We have to accept that we can utilize people's capabilities from a distance. So people don't have to physically be on the ground. I know that's the mindset, but that mindset has to change. Thank you.
Guys, I really do not want to interrupt because we have many and we still got 2 people in the back. If we can please keep it to 1 minute because it's a big story, a lot of stuff happening. I would appreciate, please. Sister Glenny.
So hello to everybody. It's good to be on. Mommy, where you coming from? We see you long time.
On our water.
Oh, you on top now?
Yeah, on top.
Okay. It's good to see you and see everybody. Well, we'll continue the conversation from yesterday. Today, everybody's running around with the LDEA. So I know that's a topic that we're going to be talking about. But I also wanted to highlight the contract today with the Starlink and LTA. I think that's a great thing for Liberia. It's very welcoming. So I want to say congratulations to Liberia. We look forward to whatever the contract has, whatever work they're going to do. I think it's going to give us some additional exposure out there. So that's a good thing. And it's good to be here, Stanton, here to discuss the issues.
Thank you, sis. Thank you very much, sis Glenny. Let me bring in Mr. Dorado.
Yeah, everybody, man, to the audience. I say, Colonel Greg, Mommy, love to see you guys back here. Look, I don't want people resigning from the government. And I think Paul Kennedy mentioned this yesterday. And we get good at it, but the men are resign, we forget about it. That's not sufficient for me. Because if that's the case, Valu comes to government, I steal 6 million, I spread 1 million around, I work with my 5 million, I knock up. It goes a long way. And I want to say this to the legislature, though. They never rush nothing to do the legislature that benefit the people. They're trying to pass a new cyber law because people on Facebook dealing with them, especially. They won't rush that thing through the legislature. How about we rush through something that create jobs in the country? How about we rush through small business and entrepreneurship bill that can create thousands of jobs across the country? Well, we can rush that one through every single time when something benefits them. If to say the legislature only sits to write law that only benefit them, you got to stop that. Honorable Boakai, people resigning is great, but people have to account to the people. We can't just forget about it because it defeats the entire purpose. Uncle Sam.
Uncle Sam?
Yeah, first of all, thank you very much, my colleagues, and thanks to Liberian people for giving me the opportunity to speak to you on a daily basis. You may not agree with what I say, and you may disagree, but clearly I have my point of view. You have your... I'm not going to eat my socks, never, because Amin Boda has resigned. The president has not given us an indication whether he has accepted the resignation of Amin Boda. Number one. Number two, there are too many outstanding things there, and the president is leaving tomorrow and still hasn't addressed them yet. So they gave us a litany of things that came out of the cabinet today. Those are all like everyday stuff, financial management, and this is not a indication of a government that is on a rescue mission, a government on a transformative agenda. I mean, those things you talk about 9-10 months later, they should have been week 1, 2, 3 of the first cabinet meetings, not 9 months later. 9 months later, the foundation of the rescue is trembling from the bottom. You have too many things. I mean, Stanton keeps ever talking about DSA. I mean, they come to government who can't collect DSA. That's why they want to talk about DSA. Don't they have anything else to do besides collecting DSA? What is the output? Using the Kellogg model, imports, outputs. What are the inputs that will create the outputs that will give us clearly the performance indicators of this government? What is Joe Boyka trying to achieve? What are his major objectives in terms of poverty, food security, education, health, technology? What are the objectives? Give me some clear, quantifiable objectives. Give me some program priorities, some spending priorities, and then you can come and say you're doing something good. But this is the same 1847.
Thank you, Uncle Sam. Thank you. Thank you very much, Uncle Sam. Abula Mame.
Yeah, thank you. It's good to be here. I know spend some time out focusing on other issues, but good to be back. President Boakai has an objective. It's clear regarding you. I mean, just few of the things you talk about. You talk about what his objective around technology. You see Starlink coming to Liberia. I don't know why will you see Starlink coming to Liberia and ask the president what his objective around technology. It's intended to create internet access to people. Why there are clarifications that are needed around it, but you see Starlink coming to Liberia, you should not be asking what somebody's objective around technology. It's intended to create access to technology. You talk about agriculture. You were on the show, you listened to Dr. Nuta. He presented, I mean, before even the National Development Plan, the country launched its agriculture development plan. It's there. Probably you're tired to read, so you haven't read it. But it's there. And
Mama, don't insult me, please. I beg you. Stop it. I will go after your ass tonight. Stop
No, Uncle Sam, no. 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 Uncle Sam, no.
Do not attack me.
Uncle Sam, no. Uncle Sam, Uncle Sam, no. Uncle Sam, no. Uncle Sam, no. Uncle Sam, we can't take that today. No. If you want to reply to Mame, you have to just wait and let's listen. Uncle Sam, we can't have that today. Please, Uncle Sam.
Yeah,
please.
But no attack. I basically said
just wait. If you want to reply to the man, you the oldest on the show, Uncle Sam.
Yeah,
you want to reply, you will reply, Mame. Put your blood pressure down.
Yeah, so in 30 seconds, the truth is the president's agenda for agriculture is clear. It's written. Probably you're tired, you're not ready, but it's written. And that Anuta came on this show and explain about the investment they're coming to make in mechanization, huge investment in mechanization. He talked about the different subsidies they providing to farmers as part of government support through international donor organization. You see all those, and you sit on the international platform and ask, what is the president's agenda for agriculture? It's disappointing to me. But 30 seconds to...
Your 10 seconds go already.
But the Papa interrupted me. So my last 30 seconds, I was just using it to just say, let's try to de-escalate some of the tension in the town, but not taking our eyes from on the ball, holding people accountable, but let's de-escalate tension in government. The president is making good decisions. Our responsibility is to present facts to enhance and support the decision-making process, but not to escalate situation. When there is no fighting in the ministry, don't say people are fighting. When there is no punch brought in a place, don't say. When people are stealing and you have evidence, let's talk about it. But all in all, let's de-escalate and focus on driving the agenda.
Mami, thank you very much. Let me bring in Paul Kennedy.
Good evening, panelists, colleagues, fellow Liberians. It's always a good thing to be on Spoon. Tonight we are looking up to discussing some more issues that are prevailing in our country, all in support of the socio-economic development of Liberia. This is our interest, and this is why we come here every day. We'll be looking forward to discussing the resignation of the DEA boss under the highlight of the president's priority on drugs enforcement. We need to know why would somebody in such key position really step off when he's most needed. That's a discussion I'm interested in leading tonight. But we're also looking at, some of the challenges as far as it's been over 10 months, you still have volunteer teachers who have not been incorporated on payroll. I'm interested in knowing what's the government plan. Has the Senate or the legislature met with the Ministry of Education?
Liberia
have people on who are in key positions like education and healthcare in the various counties that are still on volunteer list. So I'm excited and I'm looking forward to the unfolding development that we're going to discuss. Welcome back, Mame. I know you are on my hair or Bulugwa, but it's good to see you again. And thanks to the colleagues for being here always.
Thank you very much, Paul. Dr. Prople.
Good evening, Stanton. Good evening to all my friends. Mame, good to see you again. Kind of great. Good to see you. To all of our friends who watch and listen, God bless you. Keep doing that. You are making the difference also. Starlink will be good for Liberia if the government realizes that when you don't overmanage, you don't interfere with private sector enterprise, and you do your regulatory thing in a responsible way, that will help the infrastructure. Communication infrastructure is critical to socioeconomic growth and development. Oftentimes we say we're going to bring investors. We keep forgetting an important piece. Investors not coming running just because we got mines and forests and stuff. If the infrastructure is not in place, it makes the cost of production extremely high. If the cost of production is extremely high and the unemployment rate is also very high, that means people's aggregate demand will be low. Translation, they will not buy your products, okay? So we build the road, we get the communication things in place, we get running water, we get telephone, all those things. Our country will be very attractive because the natural resources are all over the place. So I'm excited for what could happen here. I just hope the government will learn from past experiences. Don't get overbearing and interfere. Let the private sector do their work and you regulate They will create jobs, they will expand your revenue base. Good things will happen for Liberia. So I look forward to what will happen next.
Thank you very much, Dr. Goplev. VP?
Well, thank you, everybody. Mame, welcome back. And Conor Gray, it's good to see you again. And my beautiful sister, I saw like Ruth Sano Perry anyway. Says Glenn, it's good to see you anyway. But I'm hoping that this president will recapture his presidential zeal to lead this country in the direction that Liberian people wanted him, to focus on. We saw when this president came to office, he had a signature project that is to fight drugs. But he was regretful that in the budget, the first budget, the LDA budget was very low, less than $3 million. I think that was an affront. It was construed as a political correctness on the part of the president when he said drugs will be considered a national health emergency, and to have seen, the budget of the LDEA being drastically reduced to less than $5 million or $3 million, I think it did not show that the government was serious to fight corruption, or to fight drugs. And the last time, I was also concerned about the agriculture ministry budget. We have a population of 5 million people. One would have expected that the budget of the Ministry of Agriculture, especially we want to leap into national development to grow what we eat. I would have expected that budget would be not less than $20 million, so as to show seriousness, because this president has a signature also as a man who was very instrumental in developing, the agriculture sector in this country. Anything that is associated with you, you must do it to the best of your ability. Like in the case of former President Weah, when he came to office, people thought that the sporting arena or the sports sector in this country were being developed. But regretfully, former world best champion, we didn't see Lone Star, really doing some great things. So on the last issue, too many travels, it's too much. I think the president needs to re-strategize and give all of people an opportunity to represent the image of the country and represent the image of the government. Some of them, they are very strategic.
Thank you.
So we think that things will be fine in his second phase.
Thank you very much, our brother from Data Patrick. We want to say thanks to all of you. Again, this is the way we like to start this program, 5:18 in New Jersey, 9:18 in Liberia. We want to say wherever you find yourself, again, please contribute to the show by commenting. Get your cell phone ready. We'll be going to the phone line. We are moving by conversation, by topics. We have topics to discuss today. We have President Bouakai, LDEA decision, LRA, another scandal, CDC party headquarters eviction battle. A lot will be said today because this is where you come to find the news for the week, for the day, for the month, for the year. May God bless you. May God bless all of us as we get into the conversation. The first conversation today is the LDEA. Today we learn, as we posted in the chat room, that the LDEA officer in charge, Christopher Peters, resigned. This is his letter. His letter to Sylvester Grisby, the chief of staff to the president. I'm not even going to try to read it. If Eduardo want to, I would appreciate it. If not, we can move on. I'm not seeing it too clear, but the letter's out there. He resigned, and he said he want to go back to his old job that they have been keeping for him. Ladies and gentlemen, we've been talking about LDEA, LDEA, LDEA. New development coming up. A decision will be made prior to the president leaving for Rome. Today, let's have this full conversation. While we are here talking about LDEA, we should understand that now that Liberia drugs
enforcement agency have no leader right now. Therefore, I believe the Liberia National Police will step in because, as you can remember, the director, the two deputies were fired. The Brian officer in charge, Christopher Peters. I don't know which one, Diamond, is Christopher Peters. I don't know. You didn't put name to them. I hope you can do. But here we go. Let me start with you. Saying you came in first, retired Colonel L. Remy Gray. Peters is out. He gone. He gone back to the U.S. Embassy. I know why. I got my story, but I'll wait for you guys just to bring you up to speed. In West Point, the officer and the assistant clerk had to be kicked out by the Supreme Court because of the CDC rate that was issued. We discussed here, some of you guys were mad. They said, but why about the LDA director? Why only these two people? We got the information, we share the information. Information coming to us also, this have to do with that illegal raid, search and seizure warrant that was given by whosoever gave it to them from the West Point court. Colonel Gray, talk to us, please.
Stenton, I would like to see, this resignation to leave, to abandon your post, and you call it resignation. I would like to see what would some of the inclusiveness in the turnover note. There were rumors of money missing, arbitrary spending. In the short time, somebody was left in charge. And then also this issue about this fake, warrant that came from Judge Joma Jala, signed by his clerk. And these are, these are items that need to be investigated. And you can't just leave it and say, I'm going back to the U.S. Embassy or wherever you're gone. They should bring this guy in and let him provide answers to those questions. There were money that went missing. You were in charge, but you used some money that people are still in doubt whether they're accounted for. So this is not a way to find a way out of the place, swear, as we say in the military. And then also, I'm of the opinion that we should start institutionalizing our security agencies so that it don't take the identity of a person. Rather, it's an institution. When you say Mossad, where some of us train, you're not looking at a person. Now it's beginning to look like when you say DA, they say A.B. Kroma. When you say police, you say Gregory. So institutions like security institutions should not bear the face of individuals. So when one person is not there, the institution will flourish and function because it's institutionalized as opposed to personalized. And that's my only difference with the DA situation. I don't see why we should be thinking that the president decide to suspend two people unless they're there, the agency will not function. Then that's a national security concern for me.
Thank you very much, Colonel Gray. Let me bring it about the issue about this resignation, Christopher Peters. You should always unmute yourself, please.
I can leave my deal on mute and you can mute me.
Stop.
Okay, next time I will take screenshot. I will take screenshot what happened.
Stop.
When they say the host has muted you, I will take screenshot. Okay, no, let's get to the point of Christopher Peters. So it's possible there's a time limit to his seconding to the government of Liberia. It would have been 4 months, it would have been 5 months. Because I think he started June 4th. So maybe November 4th, at the time for him to go back to work or whenever time, and he probably won't enjoy maybe 2 weeks vacation or something. But again, I like the point. There's some open issues. He probably should have resolved them before exiting the stage and maybe give a state of the LDEA. I don't think, and I hope there's some other documentation that supported that letter. I don't think one letter that was done is enough to reflect his full month's tenure or some of the things that went on that still seem like they're hanging or stuff like that. So questioning, I don't know if it's questioning, but I think there should be some kind of exit interview with Grisby or whoever was his direct boss, with maybe the Minister of Justice as well, for them to really lay down where he met there and how he leaving the agency. I don't know, maybe other people know about financial situation or other things like that, but I'm thinking more operational, strategic, and making stronger recommendations on the how than just what was in the letter.
Thank you very much, my brother. Mr. Dualu.
Yeah, Stanton, for me personally, I would have wished if the director or the officer in charge would have waited until the announcement was made for his replacement, just to give a structure to the institution. And I hope whoever, and this is just a recommendation, and I hope whoever Honorable Boakai appoints is not somebody from the old era. We have this thing in Liberia where we don't want to try new people. Found a new young person that understand the kind of new drugs that are about. If you're going to change these guys, somebody different, entirely different. We have to come up with different approaches, try new people. Sometimes when you turn things over in a way that I'm just going back to the old papi, never been there ever since, the minds are stuck in the years that they grew up in. I'm a late 70 born. Everything I do, I would think about 1970. Most of it, I grew up in the 80s and the 90s, so that what I know. Now, it doesn't mean you can't read beyond that point, but you're set in your ways. So sometimes we want something new, we want the agency. And number three, Stanton, you have to clear that big head of garbage from in the drive from an agency right in front of they get ratting card and parking there, organized dump out in there. It doesn't look right if it's not still in the same place. I'll give it back to you, Stanton.
Yeah, when we go to the next group after Sis Gladdy, people are asking, was he forced to resign? I mean, there's more coming up to the story, though. So I just want us to think outside the box, because his name was being mentioned that he will be the officer, the director proper, replacing A.B. Kroman. But then, surprisingly, we received the information this morning that he was resigning, and truthfully, he did. Yesterday, he did. Yesterday, he resigned. We couldn't speak on it yesterday because we're waiting for clear confirmation, Glendy. Was he forced to resign? Did they push him up on other conditions that we will be revealed shortly? Talk to me, Sis Glendy.
So I'm a little confused by the letter, because I don't understand why is he writing a letter to Grisby to the president. Was Grisby the one that appointed him? And then secondly, who writes a letter? He was appointed. So unless there's a contract that say he was going to serve for a certain amount of time, maybe 4, 5, 6 months, then you can go and resign. But you're appointed to a position. How are you resigning that position? I mean, what if they decided to keep you in this role? So it leads us to think that maybe there's some form of coercion. Maybe he was forced. Maybe there's some other things that's going on as to why he needed to resign. But I just don't understand the context of or the point as to why he thought he needed to resign now. If they are putting an officer in charge and they have not put people back in their positions, why did he think it was necessary for him to resign now? The only thing that can lead us to there may be more to the story than we have. Either someone was forcing him, either he has direct links to AB, and maybe he doesn't want to be the one to take over after AB if AB doesn't return. There's just too many things. I just don't understand the letter and the whole writing of the letter to Grisby to tell the president, unless he tells us that he had a contract, he was supposed to be in charge for 6 months, then you can say, okay, it warranted him writing a letter. But I don't understand why he would write a letter now, and what's leading him to doing that. That's what I'm confused about.
Thank you very much, my sister Glendy. Let me bring in Mambe. Mambe, talk to us.
Yeah, we for me, like I said to you the other time, we lost, to forget about the disagreement that they had, which exposed something that we didn't know about them. But AB, Fadiga, and the other deputy, those are some of the best we have to help us fight against drugs. Unfortunately, administrative issues, operational disagreements they could not manage brought us to this point. How can we avoid it going forward? If you take all that administrative disagreement, those operational disagreement and fist fight, and you brought back AB Fadiga, I mean, honor him. And just imagining AB, Fadiga, and Bauku with a mandate to first drugs, I think you will have substantial, significant results. Unfortunately, we lost them in the process. And we lost them in the process because of what all we saw, sharing of information and fighting. How do we avoid it in other institutions? When our best minds are making disagreements, how do we get around them and say, let's come together? Let's forget about the disagreement. We will always disagree. Like, yeah, on Spoon, Uncle Sam and myself just disagree. But when in chat room, we talk, we always do it. Sometimes it gets tough. But the next day, we are back. How do we take that mentality to government institutions? When we see young leaders, some of our best minds having disagreement, how do we come around them rather than dividing and taking side and making case at the end of the day to end of the DEA? How do we come together, bring them together and say, gentlemen, let's move forward. What are your disagreements? Let's solve it. If it is so extreme, and then we leave it. But we should not fail to make attempt to address these disagreements and bring people together. It's happening at the Ministry of Public Works. I will say it. There is no major issue. It's just disagreement. Two of our brightest are in disagreement. How do we bring them together and say, gentlemen, the country depends on you. How can you all work together rather than fighting apart? This is the lesson I took from the AB, Fadiga, and Bauku situation. How do we transfer it to other places? That would be my comment.
Thank you very much. Paul Kennedy, let's talk to you.
Thank you, CEO. As I always said, while it is the prerogative of any individual to take up an employment or to resign at their will, like Glenda said, I'll be waiting to see more of why this gentleman, who I understand was seconded to an institution to serve as an officer in charge at this very crucial time when the country needs him most, will resign. There has to be something towards this, because I understand that secondment could also be extended, right? If you were seconded to an institution to serve there in a position, and of course a new officer that will lead the affairs of that institution has not been selected or appointed, you will remain in that capacity until the human resource need is met. But to leave that hanging over water and just walk away, there is something that we need to fish out, to really figure out, because I don't think whichever entity he was working with will be saying, if you don't come back now, you will lose your tenure. Understanding that he's serving at a national level, filling up a niche or gap of a human resource issue. So let's wait, because from what I saw from his letter, it does not justify where any impounding reasons why he must resign now. So this is the detail. The devil's in the detail, and the details we don't have. So let me quote Fadiga in his absence. So CEO will be interested in getting to find out more of what are some pressing issues that are actually pushing this guy to resign at this early stage.
Thank you very much, Paul Kennedy. Thanks. Mr. Patrick.
So the resignation of the OIC of the LDA clearly demonstrates or defeats the previous assumption or perception others have harbored that the U.S. government is now willing to work with Fadiga, AB Kroma, or maybe Bauku. If the U.S. government was intentional about their action, as we've been speculating, it spent 5 months at the LDA. We did not see substantial donation in terms of cash or whatsoever. And in fact, he has resigned. That defeats the purpose or the perception we have harbored that the U.S. government is not willing to work with any other person. Having said that, I want to support Mame. These three great men, they are the best we have now for the LDA. Yes, we criticize them. Their actions were repugnant. I mean, it undermines, public sector governance, because they were considered to be arrowheads of the LDA, to have seen them engage in activities that were completely unorthodox. It did not reflect the LDA. I think that was unacceptable. However, disagreements are always, in the making. For example, the current Minister of State did not support or believe in the vision of His Excellency Joseph Newman Boakai. He supported Alexander Cummings. And I know people in the United Party were angry. Well, President Boakai, in his wisdom, you say, what, we'll have to work together. There were people who despised, they insulted this president. They went beyond. They used undigested words on this president, 2017. But today, some of them are working in the same government. There was a disagreement. So if this president, people who insulted him disagree with him in his cabinet, I think this same president must reciprocate. He should carry on similar action, not on the basis of, listening to people, but he should practice what he has already done.
Thank you very much, Vendetta Patrick. Let me bring in Uncle Sam.
Well, first of all, I have to defend my honor. You know the difference between Starlink and the Edge cable? You know the technical difference? For us to celebrate that we're bringing Starlink, Starlink is substantially slower than the Edge cable. And the Edge cable is underutilized in Liberia. The Starlink is a purely commercial enterprise. That's why Liberian people, I have to explain it to y'all. Because when these people, educated people on Spoon TV trying to fool y'all to say that Starlink is something special coming, it will change your lives, that is a bloody lie. Don't listen to them. The second thing is agriculture. The first thing in the rest agenda. The agriculture budget was reduced substantially by this current government from about 5 million to about 3 million. How can you say you're serious about agriculture?
So, Uncle Sam, you got nothing to say about this resignation, right?
No. I was saying.
I hope you are observing your time. Uncle Sam, I hope you are observing your time.
Anyway, I want to use my time.
I hope you are observing your time. We are talking. Uncle Sam, wait. Uncle Sam, wait. Uncle Sam, wait.
Uncle Sam, I have to defend my honor.
Uncle Sam, wait. Uncle Sam, wait. Uncle Sam, wait. Uncle Sam, wait, please.
When I'm making sense, then you want me to tell you. If I'm making sense, you want me to talk. I agree. Okay, I'll just shut up.
Uncle Sam.
Okay, I will
shut
up.
We talk about Starlink on this show. We will talk about the president trip, which included agricultural reasons. Hold on, Uncle Sam. Uncle Sam, begging you. Let's keep with the conversation for us now to be taken off, please.
We can chew gum and walk at the same time. I use my 1 minute and I will use my second minute. Okay, you obstructed me, so I would use my second minute. But so that is the point. There is no agriculture agenda aligned with catalyzing and mobilizing resources for agriculture. Now back to LDAA. Ladies and gentlemen, the most important public health problem in the country is drug addiction. Do you see in the budget of the Ministry of Health an aggressive and robust component for treating drug addiction, social service rehabilitation? Do you see an aggressive budget in there for the LDAA for interdiction? Interdiction means to stop the drugs from coming in. You see any aggressive budget there? The whole thing of lie. As to the personnel changes at LDA, it is a clear indication of the confusion within the rescue team. They're fighting each other territorially. What do you call it? Territoriality. What it means that everybody fighting for themselves. They're not fighting for the people. Public Works, LDAA, all the major ministries and agencies, they're fighting each other. They are not concerned about you. They are concerned about rescuing their pockets. I rest on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Uncle Sam. Dr. Beauclerk, on the LDS issue, you left us, but I think you've been following. Let's hear you, sir.
Stanton, Christopher Peters was asked to serve as an OIC. He served, now he resigned. He has a right to resign. Yes, Paul is right. There might be something to it, but honestly, that's not very important. I think we're asking the wrong question. The question we should be asking is why an important agency of this nature has an OIC for 5 months. Yes, ABE, Fadika, these are smart people, good people, experienced the era. But God help us, these are the only people who can do the job. The president needs to stabilize the agency, appoint permanent leadership, and let's get back to work so that it's not a distraction. Mr. Peter served. You want to go back to his assignment? God bless you. Thank you for serving. The president, let's fix LDEA. If you're going to bring the gentleman back, bring him back. You're the president. If you're not going to bring him back, let's move forward. Critical agency cannot have interim people moving forward month after month. It's not proper. And drug is a big problem in our country. So I look forward to permanent appointments or reappointment to that agency.
Thank you very much. Again, we want to say thanks a lot for everything. We are here to discuss the national issue of national concern. The LDA stuff is very important. Yes, indeed, Christopher Peters came in as officer in charge, 100%. There was no duration as to how long he should be officer in charge. As the will, we all know, at the will and pleasure of the government, they can ask and say, okay, we have found somebody else. Thank you for serving. Goodbye. But here we are. This actually happened. The LDA right now have nobody. I think that's the most scary part. No leaders. Only Gregory Coleman now will control it through the Justice Ministry. And we got to remember this. For any reason why Christopher resigned, just any reason why he resigned, I just want to say to all my fellow Liberians, the important thing is that the LDA again got nobody. Except the president come up tonight and appoint a new LDA boss, deputy director for LDA. So where are you, Liberia? After the investigation, the incident June 3rd up to today, LDA been hanging on the thread. The fight on drugs been watered down. Drugs cartel, people that bring in all the money and the drugs in the country, like we always say on the show, is strengthening their resolve to go ahead and bring in more. Because who will fight? Who will stop them? Who? Abi Kurma gone, Hassan Fadika, Bawu Cole, now officer in charge gone. What will be the message to the international partners? Who can we talk to? I mean, that is very, very scary. That is very, very important right now in our nation. That the doors of this drug issue, the windows is open, the doors are open, everywhere open, that you can bring in drugs in the country as freely as you can because we do not have folks to fight. But I know we have Gregory Coleman and the Liberia National Police. I know we have immigration that will try. So where are we, folks? What did he resign? There was an issue with the CDC party headquarters. You know that very well. This search and seizure warrant, it was illegally captured. The SSI was illegally done. We have the folks actually that went through, you have Samuel and the other, the clerk. We explained that story here. The Supreme Court came down and said, you know what, get rid of them and keep George Joma Jara. He didn't know the people stole the judge stamp. They gave these people illegally done. CDC got angry. CDC said, you know what, we'll go to the Justice Department. We want to sue. You got to do something. It was under this officer in charge watch. I'm not going to say something that I don't know about money, because I don't know whether money were involved. I didn't hear anything that it was issue about money and massive corruption. I would tell you, but I cannot confirm that on this show. The second thing is that was Christopher Peters realizing he is not on the short list to replace the group that was suspended. He got angry and he said he wanted to leave. Or was there any more tension to this to say, listen, I'm tired. I had a good job. I want to go back to my American embassy job. So many reasons. But my takeaway, folks, and you that will be calling tonight, is to remind you, we have no one watching over the country when you talk about drugs. No one. The director gone, the officer in charge gone, the deputy director gone, the other deputy gone. Who do we have? Mama, who do we have right now? What can this president do right now as we're speaking to put out a press statement and say, I have chosen somebody? What can this president do by tomorrow? How important, how urgent this is right now for Liberia? As a president, say he fighting. The number one thing is to fight against drugs. Why that place is empty? Why there's a vacuum right now? Why somebody feel that they can bring in tons and hundreds of millions of dollars drugs in the country? Because we got no watchdog. I'm going to go with 30 seconds real quick because we got to go to the phone now. We got to talk about the other issue. Mommy, your 30 seconds on this thing. Let's close up on it.
I mean, closing up, he's still there. He's still there at the end of the month. I mean, we got like 20 more days. He's there to transition the process. Hopefully the president, because he let us say he resigned, it takes effect on the 31st. So hopefully between this time and the time where his resignation takes effect, the president would have made a decision to replace him. Like I started before, I will end again. We saw 2-3 of our best at the DEA fight among themselves. I personally feel guilty that I did not take a stand to say, brothers, you could be older than me, big brothers. There is a need to put aside these differences, even if I have failed. But if I have made that attempt to reconcile them, I would have been proud today that I made an attempt to reconcile some of our best that we're losing.
Thank you. Thank you, Mohammed. Mr. Dwadu, your 30 seconds. Is that close on this LDA, sir?
Yeah, look, Spencer, I don't think the brother will write a letter if he's not aware that perhaps somebody's already gotten appointed. I think he knows what the letter is written, but I don't want to forget about this. Nobody should be insulting any president of any kind, but we also have to define what an insult is. My brother VP did say something. He said somebody, even people that insulted the president work in the government. The president does not own the government. I don't care. You can vehemently oppose a person and still work within the government of the Republic of Liberia. I think what Colonel Greenwood said, we have to look at the institution, not an individual who has that institution. It's the same thing with the government. Now, you should not be insulting the president or anybody for that matter, but don't confuse this. Sometimes I will come here, I will say, President, we have no business near the presidency. Sedition will believe that comment means I'm insulting their God. So we gotta start confusing that, okay? We gotta start confusing that. Nobody owns the government but the Republic.
Thank you. Thank you. Asifa, talk to us real quick. Isaac, your 30 seconds.
Yeah. At least somebody clarified that the resignation is the 31st. So there will be a little transition period for him to turn over to people and enough time for him to leave with a report on the desk of, either Sylvester Grisby or the president. But it's also enough time that if the president feels the work he has done measures up to him holding the position to appoint him. So there is time on both sides for a lot of different things to happen. And I hope, he will not leave with a bitter taste in his mouth, that somehow they will come together because, look, this country is for the young people, and the young people who are given the opportunity to serve, and they can serve in a respectable and they are recognized as professionals, they should be respected. There are other people out there. I know one old man, I know one young boy. I know Sekou Kesali, who is out there. He's a graduate of John Jay. He's right now he has a master's degree in that security area, and he's doing his law degree right now at John Jay too, I believe. Then on the old side, I got my own brother.
Thank you very much. Just tell us about Asifa. Thank you very much.
No, let's not make it seem like it.
I said thank you very much. Just tell us about what you're close
to. Like a hold that position, they are dispensable. Nobody's indispensable for any position. Let's make that clear. We got competent librarians. It's about searching and trying to find the right people. Thank you.
Thank you, Ava. Paul Kennedy. Let me take away from Ava, though, which is very important for his beginning statement, that when Mame said he's trying to intercede, but he was late, Fadiga was quite correct. But again, you say, I'm staying there till the 31st. Once you say you resign, you just a lame dog. You're just a lame dog. And everybody should just understand that Joe Biden right now is a lame dog. He got no force right now. We know that we walk into election, right? Everything you say, right, he will be very measured because he want to protect Kamala Harris. You get Donald Trump on his back. This man right now said I resign, but I'm turning over on the 31st. Now, guess what? We are hearing the name, and maybe Uncle Sam, you know, and Ava, maybe you know, you've been around this politics thing a long time. From Della Patrick, we are hearing the name of one Anthony Swart, Paul Kennedy. Anthony Swart, maybe he was the last individual serving within the LDEA, and his name is coming up. So I want you to include that. If you know him, Paul, talk to us. Something is happening.
Yeah, CEO. I personally don't know Anthony Swart. I heard the name before. I don't know him. But like Ava said, somebody with a background in criminology, somebody with a background in law enforcement, but also somebody who is a psychologist can become a DEA person, and somebody with a background in public administration can actually also lead the DEA. I was doing the research on that job portfolio. It's a wide window. Anyone who has a good, strong public administration background can head it, and then you can put an enforcement officer to deputize him to make the place effective. So the president has a lot of options, but I just wanted to throw this in. When you resign in a professional position, you give 2 to 4, sometimes 6 weeks window based on the position you hold. Why I agree with Stanton, once you send your resignation, you are a lame dog, but you also have a fiduciary responsibility to turn over, to train, to onboard the person who is going to succeed you. So you can't just resign and run, or you resign and say, my resignation is up to the 31st, but I'm not coming to work. It is unprofessional, and if that is the case and found out that you don't want to cooperate, it could also haunt you in future employment opportunities. So, you know, we need to look at it, and this sends a signal to the president that if this is really important to him, he should be acting within the next 24 to 48 hours. I mean, this is a key place, and somebody talk about you have the 3 personnel leading the place not there. Somebody will bring drugs and will cross into Sierra Leone and start bringing drugs into the country.
Conor Gray, we are hearing that we are hearing Conor Gray that this Anthony, maybe you know him because you've been around the block, Conor Gray, that Anthony Swart served under Madame Salif, within her last term, and that's the name cycling out there to be the next LDEA boss. Anthony Swart, if you know him again, these are confirmation, unconfirmed report coming up, and we can say this because it is of 75% certainty that this is true. And I also want to announce that something is coming from the executive mansion tonight. Whether it is true, we yet to confirm it about this LDEA decision. Conor Gray, talk to us. It's empty. You are lame duck. People will be afraid even to get close to you when you talk about this thing. You already put in resignation. I believe this is how people operate in the professional world. But talk to me, Conor Gray.
You know, Stanton, again, I will go back to this idea that we're a country of 5 million plus. We have so many professionals, qualified people. You know, I piggyback on Isaac Toba. This idea that only certain individual can spearhead situations is dangerous for any country, for any republic. We live today, but we don't know when we'll be, you know, whisked away from the face of the earth. To embed an entire institution in the hands of certain individual is preposterous in my own opinion. But let me say this: the idea of DEA is human resource capacity management. I was hoping that the HR person that was there prior, Ibi Kumar, you know, according to him, he has a professional background in human resources. This issue, that's why when we go in the Army, they first ask you for your MOS, military occupational specialty. What is your specialization? We need to go back here and look at each individual serving in that administration, in that GEA, what is their TOR, term of reference, and place people based on their skills. That's what the DA boss should have done. You understand? This who doing what, people don't know what they're doing, everybody bonding. That's why we confused. When the head is not there, we think that the body cannot function. That can only happen with human being, but in an organization, you understand, if the head, the tail, the body, everything function if you have a term of reference that is clearly defined.
Thank
and
you.
I hope whoever is going there will position those people in those capacities.
Thank you. Just to add again, you are quite correct. My sister put on something in our text chat room. I mean, you will enjoy the reply from President Joseph Yuma Boakai to the Amin Boda letter. I will read just a part of it because I do not want to pass this one. But though we are talking about the LDA, let me just be clear. The president said he accepted the Amin Boda resignation because Fundetta Patrick and Sam Jackson, it was all going crazy yesterday. But this is the line that I like in this. The purchase of a vehicle above 45,000 was a poor judgment and show insensitivity to the economic plan of our country. I'm going to leave it like that. It's going to come up shortly, and we're going to go through it. But Glennie, let's go back to this issue about the vacuum. What is happening? My man, I will be there till the 34 as I fly. You just want your last paycheck to go. People care less right now. The just got to tell people they are jubilating. But we can announce to the nation, keep your radio up. Continue watching Facebook. A lot of breaking news coming up before we leave the show tonight. Tonight, a lot of breaking news coming up before we leave the show. Let's finish up quickly on the LDA issue. Sister Glennie.
So I think I want to agree with you as in a lame dog. Even the person who resigns, there's some sense of lax in their attitude. Like, I'm going to be leaving. So those things that they will want to do when they were in full position or not with our resignation, they will do it, but they won't have that. I don't even understand. I can't even really interpret it, but it'll be different. Their attitude will be different. They'll just be passing time. So I get that, but an entity such as LDEA should not have someone there who has resigned to hold that position until the 31st. I think it's too long a time not to have someone in the position, because it's not like any ordinary stuff. The mayor already told you, he's already said he has no interest. He want to go back to what he was doing. Do you think right now that he's going to even be more vigilant for the next 3 weeks to ensure that things go on correctly? No, he's probably just going to be there to pass time. So I think while the president should not wait for 3 weeks to appoint someone. I think that person that position needs to be filled and filled immediately, because this is the LDA we're talking about. We're not talking about an ordinary ministry. We're not talking about something where there's not a pandemic. We're not talking about something where President Boakai says he already said it to the world that drug is a problem in Liberia. So while it is with the letter, he's writing a letter, I think someone needs to hold that position immediately and not to wait until the 31st.
Thank you very much, Uncle Samuel Jackson.
Okay, so let us just go back to what happened June 26th. I think we're all forgetting what happened June 26th. Something happened on June 26th, and somebody should be held liable for the incidents of June 26th. It's been swept under the rug. Where there's gross insubordination by the two deputies against the head of the LDEA, the government should come out and say that, because they had an investigation. You cannot, the professional careers of 3 young men are at stake here. You just cannot go ahead and bring in new leadership without bringing to an end. Okay, what is closure at LDEA? Who are wrong? Who did something wrong? Did they all transgress? That is the question, my Liberian people. That is the question. And indecisive leadership is showing that they can't come to a simple conclusion of who are culpable for the events of June 26. You got to tell us who erred, who was culpable, so that these three young men go out there now with a blotch on their professional careers without a clear indication who was culpable for the events of June 26. Who responsible for the events of June 26? And who will be reprimanded or what? So you just sweep it under the rug, announce a new leadership at LDA without bringing closure to the events of June 26? You can't do that in a professional organization, especially a paramilitary organization. I'll close on that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Uncle Sam. I mean, good question, though. Good question, Uncle Sam. I mean, we have to just understand this, too. Let's go to Dr. Broplet. Dr. Broplet, talk to us, sir.
Stanton, a person can be a lame duck, but that's a choice they make. You don't have to be a lame duck just because you said, I will leave by the 31st. Okay, that's a choice you make. I knew I was coming to Liberia. I told my organization in January, I'm leaving in June. I worked until June 30th, and then I transitioned. You can't hold an office of authority, responsibility, perks, and privileges, and then you walk around like you don't care because you're going to be leaving. It doesn't work that way. I don't think Mr. Peters is that kind of person. He would do his job. Now, a lame duck is typically if the president already appointed your replacement. Then a true professional will try not to create new waves and situation for the incoming person. You will spend your time in transition and turnover. But in this case, the president appointed nobody. So Mr. Peter just told the president, thank you, but I will be leaving at the end of the month. Now it's up to the president to put some permanence in that position. So, you know, we'll see what happens. I think something's going to happen soon because LDA is very important to national security and the health of our nation.
Dr. Broplet, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we will go to you after this round when our brother Fundetta Patrick speak as the last call on this topic. But the question the guys are asking you, man, as you sit home tonight, seriously, we want to know the result of the investigation. We want to know, actually, the Liberian people want to know. Listen, I cannot put up the document. I got the document. But, you know, the last time we did on this show, people say, oh, Center putting out sensitive information. Let me leave that with the marshal for the sake of God tonight. Let me just leave that. And whatever the decision the president will make, it will be Jose Yaman Barker's decision. But it is scary. And I think all Liberians should ask the question, what's the result? But if the president and the national security team think and believe, Dwadu, that it is okay to bury it, then it is why it is. Fundetta Patrick, let's hear you. You're the last man standing on this one. We got to move. A lot of information is coming up tonight. Appointments will be made, decisions will be made, and everything is coming up. And again, we got to keep our eyes open. Our sources all around, they're going to inform us immediately. And again, whether today, whether tonight, we will be at those announcements come forth. Talk to us, Mr. Patrick.
Well, we have spoken on this issue for 5 months. This president has refused to act. Well, people will say the president is still consulting. Consulting on what? There are presidential attributes. And one of the presidential attributes is to make decisions in time of crisis, especially when it borders on your signature project. You took drug tests, you declare fight against drug as a national public health emergency, and 3 directors were engaged in some activities that were not good, but no injury in terms of maybe they didn't suspend them for stealing money. I would have expected by this time, this president will make a decision. The resignation letter from Mr. Christopher Peters, I think it stated that he will officially leave, even though he resigned. But on the 31st, You will. I don't know whether the LDA is a corporation, because this thing only happen in private institutions where you notify your boss, I'll be leaving in the next 3 months. But in government, when you leave, you leave. So Italian on the telephone, you'll be leaving. So that means this president will not make decision until at the end of October. Is that what we're saying? Well, it's up to all of us. But again, let me conclude on this. CEO, you were very instrumental, and I applaud you all the time. The Spoon platform. Had it not been for Spoon platform, and I challenge anyone, had it not been for Spoon platform, President Bouakai will never be president. Because the CDC had some of the best social media platforms, social media influencers. But this platform, even though they did not promote Mark Kennedy, Kanselatian Gonglo, I hope they will do it next time. But it was very instrumental in ensuring that Joseph Numa Bouakai becomes the next president of the Republic of Liberia. And when this same platform say, Mr. President, make a decision now. For me, I'm interested in the report. You suspended these people. Liberian people, Liberians want to know what happened, who was wrong, who was right. So even if you decide to dismiss them or change them or maybe send them to other areas, or you don't want them at all, I think their credibility is on the line. Their credibilities are on the line. It is important. Some of them want to be exonerated before leaving. That's why I am sure some resignation have not come out yet. They are waiting that this report will come out.
Thank you very much, Fadela Patrick. It's good to see you, Fadika. Thank you for joining us, guys. We got to switch in and out because we have more. We like 13 right now. You still have 2 other people in the back. Fadika, we are closing on this LDA. The big announcement came out, Christopher Peters. Let me say something briefly about Christopher Peters, because it will only be fair that we do these things. Christopher Peters, some of his argument and the argument of folks that know him since he served, in 4 months, he been there. They seized 3.7 million worth of drugs under his watch. The argument people are saying, well then, if that's happened, A.B. Kromah, Hassan Fadiga, and Bauko in 4 months, they seized only 400,000 worth of drugs. So they are now comparing achievement. So, and this achievement will compare it. But the bigger question, the Liberian people want to see the report. Because like everybody's saying, these are men. These are men that got to hold on to their resume and tell the Liberian people that, listen, I didn't do nothing wrong. Mr. Conor Gray, are you with us? We can put you in the back while you finish talking, sir. They say, so we have not done anything wrong. You cannot do this to us. And exactly that's what happened. And that's what the Liberian people are waiting for. But I can assure everyone, the name Anthony Swart is coming up. Mambe will tell us more about that individual. I think he was researching him. Again, I can say to everyone, this is very, very important, that whether he's coming in and they're bringing 2 extra deputies, whether they're going to let Ibrahim Kromah, Hassan Fadika, and Bauko leave, a clean white paper say your goodbye. And there's a lot of information coming this week before the president travel to Rome. Fadiga Hussein, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Stent. Listening to you guys, but I had a couple of meetings, so I couldn't come on. I'm always here, try to be at least early. Christopher Peter resignation. I understand the brother. I've talked to him before. I don't know him personally, but I've talked to him a couple of times. DA is not a place that one person that can be run by an OIC. It's very difficult for 3 people, let alone one person. The Bureau has its own challenges. I'll work around there. We try to help put some of the structure in place. So I do know some of the challenges. But I will say this as far as DA is concerned. It was sometime last year when we knew that we were winning this election and everybody was thinking on something. My brother called me and said, I want to do one thing, is to help enforce the law in Liberia. Drugs have always been his passion. You ask everybody that worked with him, They know his professionalism. They know what he brought to the DEA. He shares some like on the DEA. He showed us how the DEA that Liberian people didn't know. He introduced a word that people didn't know exists in Liberia. It will be disheartening if they do. Look, there are a few ways to settle problems in Liberia. There is collective guilt. There is sweeping things on the road, and there are sacred cows. We know that there was a video today, Spoon was at a coverage where the entire Muslim community was begging for one person to go back. But I do believe in one thing, that there was an investigation and there is a comprehensive report. And if that report is anything, most time people let it get this whole DEA thing, or they were fighting insubordination. What happened at DEA is beyond insubordination. It's a minute portion of what happened. It has little to do with what happened at LDA. What I think happened and what I know happened is that two individuals, Wauko and Hassan Fadiga, saved this nation by exposing certain things that were going on at LDA. If that is a crime, then I want anybody that think that you can be a whistleblower in Liberia, because you will get axed. So I don't want to jump ahead of myself, because I still believe in that the system is still going to work. I still have faith in the system. You know, why there's so many uncertainty, everybody's saying their own thing, but I still have faith in the system, because I know, look, it's not easy to live in this town. 5 months, you have a family, you have a wife and 3 children in America. You come to Liberia, leave everything, come back, give it your all, you leave 2 a.m. in the morning to go on raid because you want to make sure that it's executed. Do you know how many people my brother put behind bars? Now one have come back. He has never been subpoenaed once. Where evidence are gathered, money, huge sum of money. For the first time in DEA history, the money is taken and put it. He doesn't even see it or touch it. He introduced a new form of, people can say, oh, this and that, but I will continue to tell my truth. Because my dad told her one thing. He said, when 1,000 people say evil about you, don't go around trying to convince anybody. Live your life so that nobody will believe them. And I don't think my brother came here to tarnish his reputation. He worked for the Fed. He left from there with a clean record. I don't think he wants to be smeared and get caught up in this whole political mess here. I believe in the system. That's why we are not talking. That's why he has not made no radio or television. Both of them have not spoken on the radio. They are not paid for no newspaper ad. Nothing. They believe in the system. And I still have faith that this system, this rescue mission that we fought to bring to power will work for every Liberian, and that there won't be any sacred cow, that the direction of the investigation will steer the result in something. So I'm not really worried about that. So when it comes to DEA, that's as far as I want to sit from there. I've listened to different things. I've seen a story about Spoon. I've seen a story about different things. But Stenton, I'm a Fadiga. I grew up in a family of honesty. I grew up with a dad that was very honest. Ask anybody that know him for Firestone. My dad was an imam. He died an honest man. That is the legacy that we hold. None of my parents work in government. We are first generation that have reached this far in life. God first, our parents, and our education. So nobody came here. So when I hear people talking, sometimes we listen to people say this and that. But I would say this. Whatever the outcome of DEA, whether it goes this way or that way, the president can never be wrong. That is why he is the president. Even if he's wrong, there are certain immunity we accept. But it would be unfortunate if after 5 months a wrong decision is made at something, because the president, let them know, the president is not out there. He relies on a team of handlers to make those decisions. There are so many competing interests. There are the politics. If this was an easy decision, it would have happened overnight. The fact that this took so long, it shows how difficult it has been for the president. And I just pray that after all this hullabaloo, that the right decision is made. Because it will be very disappointing if the wrong decision is made, not only for those individuals, but for the country as a whole.
So thank you very much. Before I go to Eduardo, I want to say thank you for coming on, Fadiga, and indeed, this is very, very important to our nation. If a decision is made, Fadiga, and your brother is not going back, because what we hear yet to be confirmed, but I can say this, that Ibrahim Kromah Hassan Fadika, Bawuko, they will be leaving. Clean sheet. Nobody is coming back. New breed, new group. Sources informing us. It is not confirmation. This is breaking news, folks. I can be in error. Our sources can be in error. But I'm saying that, let me be 100% right here, Duadu. Our sources can be in error, but most often our sources are correct. They say there is no coming back for Duadu. No coming back for Fadika Hassan. No coming back for Abi Kroma. No coming back for Bawuko. Will you ask them openly, you think your brother didn't deserve the final report to see who was in error?
Well, I don't want to jump ahead of myself, but I would say just worst case scenario. I'll consider that a worst case scenario, that with all this thing, that would be the worst, most extreme. And you ask anybody, even people in the diplomatic channel, it will be the most extreme based on conversation I've had with people. But let's say that happened. Like I said earlier, the president will always be the president. They'll serve at the will and pleasure of the president. Will I be happy? No. Nobody want a family here for 6 months, for 5 months with all pay, his family, his wife, they got to be, arguing over things that I've never done. It's hard. So for 4 months, just to say, bring up, say, go away, and I mean, give some reason. There should be some justification. We want to see the report. We want to know what happened. It shouldn't be, other y'all get to y'all go. That is collective guilt. That doesn't solve the problem. It doesn't bring in any deterrent, because as far as what I know, there was a letter. They blew a whistle on a very dangerous work culture that was cultivated by one person, and there were evidence provided. If that didn't do it, and this decision is made, it will show that there was some bigger hands. There are some bigger hands behind that help the president make that decision, because the president alone doesn't make decisions. He relies on team. So that would be it. But I won't jump myself. I still believe in the process. We want to wait this out.
The report is for you, correct, and the report is coming up. We're hanging around. We believe that. Yes, please do. Thank you very much for coming, Fadiga. Let me go to Mr. Duadu. Mame just left. I was trying to bring Mame after Mr. Duadu. Mr. Duadu, talk to us. This is getting interesting tonight. The report, the phone call, text messages coming in. And again, folks, as you saw on the Spoon page, this is Spoon talk. It's different from what they do in Liberia. But report being gathered that Hassan Fadika, the deputy, Bawuko, the deputy, and that of Abi Kroma, the director, they are all gone. A new group of people coming in. If this is true, what say you, Mr. Duadu?
Stanton, I want to agree that Fadika just made a salient point. And here's the point I want you guys to understand. If Duadu, for some reason, decides to leave his work and go to Liberia to work, and I'm accused of something, I don't want people collectively to say we did this. I want this explained in the open and show exactly what I've done. But here's the most dangerous part. If I'm working, let's assume Glennie is my boss, and they have an operation, our agency, and the instructor say, listen, we have to protect the interests of the Liberian people. And I'm protecting the interests of the Liberian people, and somebody don't like what I've done, and then I'm smeared in that way, I'm not going to take that very lightly. We have to be very explicit, because we got to protect people that protect the interest of the republic. Now, I don't care who the president appoints or who the president keeps. That's not my business. But I don't want people to be let go with this collective guilt that everybody just did it. That's a dangerous place to be. At the end of the day, the president makes a decision. Everything falls in the lap of the president. I just mentioned that, just because somebody criticizes the president doesn't mean they work in the government. Listen, I understand how Liberia works. Everything surrounds the president. It should not be that way. Everything should surround the government of the Republic of Liberia. I understand that. But Fadiga is right. Collective guilt is going to hurt them more than it helps.
Before we go to Uncle Sam, this is Mame. Talk to us, sir. What say you? If this information, again, folks, the information is coming up. Clean sheet, everybody gone. New group coming in. We're done with Christopher Peters now. He resigned. He getting out on the 31st. Let's talk about the group that are leaving. If it is true, the name Anthony Swag coming up. If it is true, these are news that just waking up. People are waking up too. But it's getting deeper now. Mame, what say you? if it is true that all these three guys gone. Diamond, if you're in the back, or James, can you give us a photo of Hassan Fadika or A.B. Kromah and that of Bawuko, please? Talk to me, Mohammed.
Fadiga was saying, and I want to tell him, his brother, and all the other people, you work to the will and pleasure of the president. If the president decides to relieve you of your position, he will state unequivocally why he's relieving you of your position. Don't panic. The president will say, I relieve you because, I just feel like have conversation with you. I will feel like, you can serve the position again, and the other person can serve the position. If you worry so much about what the public will say about the outcome of the investigation, you can think about it from now to Judgment Day. People will say everything they want to say, Fadiga. The president can write a letter and say, Fadiga, you served me well. Go to your home, go back to America. Or Fadiga, you served me well, remain here, and I will find another job. People will still say what they have to say, my brother. They will still say it. Don't have sleepless night over that. Like you say, your father told you, people can say all the things about you. Live your life, and your life will serve as an example, a justification for who you are. My only regret in all these things, and people say there are thousands of professionals, I agree. If you put up a competitive journal, you will see over 10,000 qualified librarians, experienced librarians for the job. And in that 10,000, you will see A.B. Kromah, you will see Fadiga, and you will see Bawuko. It will be left with the president to make a decision. And if I were the president, I will pick A.B., I will pick Fadiga, I will pick Bawuko. So when I say I regret my decision or my inaction to not get around big brother and say, gentlemen, let's leave this confusion. Because those are people I believe in. I'm not saying there are no other qualified people in the world. I'm saying of the 1,000 qualified people you will pick in the world, A.B. will be there, Fadiga will be there, Bawuko will be there. And I will pick Fadiga, A.B., and Bawuko. Unfortunately, they went into confusion. It ended this way. That is the regret. That is the lesson we should learn.
Thank you very much, Mohammed. Guys, welcome to the show, says Jackie. Let me bring in, says Glenny. We go to Uncle Sam, then we'll go back to Isaac Va and the great man Paul Kennedy with Dr. Boble. Glenny, the stuff is in the wire, Glenny. It's boiling right now. It's about to be uncovered. Talk to me. If it is true, again, folks that listen to us on the radio line, if these information are true, we are saying, we put a caveat, that 8. Glenny, if they are now saying, you know what, Hassan Fadiga, thank you, bye, A.B., bye, and that of the director himself, A.B. Kromah and Bawuko. What say you, Glenn? I see you looking at your phone. I know that we're getting the same messages coming in, but don't reveal anything yet. So
I'm not saying anything. I'm not saying anything to you. That you're the boss, oh. And I come and jump before you here, Papa.
Yeah, don't jump before me. Let's take it easy.
I'm not jumping. Don't worry yourself. Go to sleep. I will not share until you share it.
Senator, she only get news on public work, not on DA.
Rest your step, Papa. Rest your issue.
So, what say you? Let's talk about these three guys and ladies.
The thing about it is, it's a difficult situation, but it's a decision that rests solely on President Boyka. And if President Boyka determines that all 3 of them need to go, then all 3 of them goes. Flip it on the other side. If he keeps 2 and he sends A.B. away, you think A.B. will be happy? Or if he keeps A.B. and he keeps the other 2, who's gonna be happy? I think what's best for the DEA right now, we hope that whatever decision that is going to be made, and if these decisions are true, these things that we're hearing, if they're true, I would hope that it speaks to the validity of the investigation that was done. If the investigation that was done found them to be liable, that they didn't need to be in the position, then the president has a right to appoint whoever he wants to appoint to that position. So that investigation is key. It is key because the Liberian people also would like to know. I would like to also flip something. And if the president decides, we can express all we like to ask the president and ask government officials to make public information investigation. If they decide they don't want to do it, then that's their choice that they make. But in this situation, when it comes to the LTEA, I think the investigation is key because it's been 5 months, and I will hope that whatever decision is made was tied directly with the investigation and the findings. That's what I will say.
Thank you very much, Uncle Sam. Talk to us, Uncle Sam.
Well, look, I don't want to repeat myself, but clearly there was a fracas at the DEA on on June 26th. There was an investigation.
No, June 3rd. June 3rd.
I'm sorry. June 3rd. Thank you for correcting me. And there was an investigation. The professional careers of 3 young men are on the line. Because if you were to Google the 3 now, all you will see suspension. Nothing else. They're young. They're in their late 40s, early 50s. They have 20 or more years to go with the professional careers. You can't treat them like that. You have to be decisive. This is a paramilitary organization responsible for the #1 public health crisis in the country. And he went to the UN, he talked about what he was doing. He lied at the UN that he was doing something about drugs. He lied. He's doing nothing about drugs because there's no leadership at the DEA. He lied to the world. There's confusion at the DEA. We continue to discuss the DEA. And there are 3 bruised, I won't say egos, but there are 3 bruised careers at the DEA. And the officer in charge took an exit. There must be a reasoning behind taking that exit. Okay? If he was seconded by the U.S. Embassy to work there, it should have been for a defined period. And the fact that he's resigning, what appears to me prematurely, it says that there is disorganization and there is confusion within the LDEA. And the president should be a strong man and make that decision and clearly indicate to the Liberian people who are culpable for the fracas that occurred on June 3rd. If not, it will just continue to manifest the indecisiveness of this government. Okay, that's what I have to say.
Thank you very much, Uncle Sam. Guys, if you want to just add on, we've got to bring other people in the back. We can announce to you we will be here for, maybe we will push the time later tonight because of everything we're expecting. That will be breaking through the wire tonight. If not, maybe the marshal will vote for tomorrow or whatever the case may be. There will be a decision made before the president travel. We are receiving information. I want to bring you in as if October. I will bring you in Paul Kennedy, Dr. Rudolph Boplay, Jackie, and then we'll bring Asido, who is in the back, Fatima, and then for us to ready get everybody involved. As if October, talk to us, please.
Yes, just for a simple correction for one, there is no will in the statement in the Constitution that those who are appointed serve at the pleasure, no will, at the pleasure of the president. And the president does not have to justify a firing. If the president gets charged and he says, oh, that's food man, what I ain't want my government again, he can let you go. There is no explanation that's, unnecessary for the president to justify when he firing somebody or if he appointing somebody because it's at his pleasure. It's just that he also has the fiduciary responsibility to the people to ensure that he protects them, that he provides the best for them. So it's his obligation to always try to hire the best. Now, we don't know in this particular instance whether this stuff was put out there for a competitive process. We don't know what the vetting process is. Okay. So in my mind, I didn't hear you.
No.
Oh, in my mind, the president can still search for people. Look, something serious happened. Nobody should downplay what happened on that June 3rd thing. People who had died that day. Somebody was disarmed among that group. We heard some of the exchanges people were having. So they were just irresponsible. In my mind, let that group go. They don't have to work together. People can like them. There's still opportunities in other areas for them to work. They don't have to work there. Let them mount a search, found some other professionals there, Liberians, or right in Monrovia there. There are professionals there who can execute that job. It's just about going outside their comfort zone of the people that they see repeatedly, or now the people who have gotten some name, and identify Liberians who can do that job. But we don't have a deficit of people capable of doing that job.
Thank you very much. And again, I think the Liberians home at Broadway agree with you. As it though, we got people that can do that.
As it though again.
As it though, Vato. Thank you. For Kennedy, talk to us. Talk to us, Paul.
Look, see, Otto, every action there you take in leadership, you should expect a consequence, right? In leadership, you should know better that there are some things that you shouldn't do. We call them bad call to judgment. When you make some bad judgment calls, it could come back to haunt you. Unfortunately, these are some of the best DEA officers we have who got caught in a bad call to judgment. And like Ava said, the president can fire you and does not need to tell you why. He goes to bed and wake up and say, I don't want Dr. Brooklyn on my team. You're not going to be calling him, asking him why. Your hope should be that he reassigns you somewhere, or that he gives you another tax. So, look, I know AB. I don't know Vadiga. I've never seen him. But just from the period of time I follow his performance at the DEA, I think they did some very good job, right? But who am I? I'm nobody. The president is the ultimate decision maker on today's matter. He's the one who decides who stays and who goes. And this is the point that we've come to. Nothing much we say can influence the president's judgment, especially while there is a report that has been conducted and presented to him by a committee. I'm sure whatever this committee was empowered to do and have recommended to the president, he's going to look at that report to make his ultimate decision. So, let's look up to see that. But I definitely think personally that the president call to judgment is the ultimate on this one. I mean, I don't have a preference on who stays and who goes. Let the president make the call.
Thank you very much again. I want to say thanks, Paul Kennedy. Let's go to Dr. Boblet. Dr. Boblet, talk to us while we work on Fatima Bintu Salif on the show. Dr. Boblet.
Appointed officials in the government serve at the pleasure of the president, but they serve the people. The government is not the president's personal enterprise. So yes, the president doesn't have to explain. He can move, properly, do anybody. However, when there is a situation like this one, where persons were suspended and the president commissioned an investigation, there is a responsibility on the part of the government to tell the people what happened, what is the outcome of it, for many reasons. One, the people need to know. Two, the persons involved, these are professionals who have a right to know. So Fadiga is right. I know myself. But three, government is continuity. So it's a matter of deterrence. If Brooklyn misbehave, then the report need to say that so the next person who come in Brooklyn's place can know not to misbehave. It can't be a thing where you already announced to the public we're investigating, then 5 months later, you just quietly tell the book on, you don't tell us. The government has a responsibility to let us know the outcome of the investigation. This is a responsible government. I think they will do just that.
You know what? The people are listening to you folks. Just bear with me. I know late comments shouldn't come on, but this includes everyone. And again, guys, for the sake of our audience, to our brother Isaac Vi Conagray, let's just switch and swap. Meswisive and imeswisive for today. Everybody got to say the piece. So I know you guys in the back. I will bring you guys on as a Va, as a Do. From that, Patrick, you guys will be on shortly. I want to hear from Sister Jackie, Fatima, and Glendy will finish us on this one. Jackie?
What put Jackie here today? What me a hardcore?
I was here yesterday.
Oh, sorry.
Jackie get LEC now. She get LEC in Atlanta, so she's fine.
Yeah, although it's still not complete yet, but thank God. Hello, greetings to everyone in Liberia and abroad, and to the panelists. It's good to be here again today. Interesting conversation today, and one of the most important crises facing our nation today, of course, is the situation with drugs. So, understandably, the conversation surrounding the LDEA is very, very crucial because our youth, the people of Liberia, need to be protected. Any drug infested society brings about crime. It's a public safety issue and also a health issue for those people who are taking in the drugs, especially unregulated when it comes to illicit and recreation drugs. So, having said that, yes, we do have a crisis, and yes, the lack of leadership at the LDEA. But Sam Jackson said something that the president lied at the UNGA. Understandably so, he is in opposition, so he will say things, but saying things that's false and incorrect, we will be here to correct him because we will not allow him to say things to alter the president's character and his reputation that are not accurate. So I am here to tell you, Sam Jackson, when you said the president lied at the UNGA, you know very well he did not lie. Even though, yes, he
Can you
suspended.
tell us what he said? Can you tell us what he said? Tell us.
Let me
I dare you.
Let me
I dare
talk.
you. Tell us what he said.
But listen.
Tell us.
President did talk about the crisis.
Uncle Sam, we gotta move. Uncle Sam, let the woman speak. Uncle Sam, let's try to respect our sister then, yeah. Let she speak. If you differ with her, you will come in and speak.
No,
Uncle
but
Sam.
she needs to
No,
say
Uncle Sam,
what the president said.
Uncle Sam, we are having a very important conversation now. I beg you, Uncle Sam, please. We allow our sister to speak, please.
The president, I was right there. I was sitting at home when the president was speaking on the 25th. I was right there and I watched it live.
Okay.
So, so the president talked about the drug crisis, and he did acknowledge that we do have a state of emergency when it comes to the drugs. He asked for help, and he also talked about some of the things that the fact that it focused on the president was not one of the
We are losing you, sister. We are losing you. Your internet
is
Can
going.
you hear me? You're
Yeah.
skipping, Jackie. You want to get out? Say something again.
Am I still skipping?
Yo, you good now? Try again. Go ahead.
Yeah, we still have internet issues with all this with hurricane, but that's okay.
The internet knows that you're lying.
What?
The internet know you're lying.
Jackie, go ahead. We got a lot of story. Jackie, let me interrupt you. Let me put this up. I know that everybody wants to speak. Please allow me to interrupt you. So there's a letter that came in. President Joseph Yema Boycott accept resignation of former Minister Amin Modal. Again, like I said on this show, a lot of information will be coming out tonight. We ask you, please, if you want to hang with us, that's fine, but a lot. So we'll go to our man that can read very clearly. He can see very well. Not some of us that are trying to get glasses. Mr. Duado, please help us read this. It's in the chat room. Maybe you can zoom in.
Yeah, you see me squinting, you can see very well. For immediate release, President Boycott accepts resignation of former Minister of Commerce and Industry. Thursday, October 10, 2024. Executive Mansion, Monrovia. President Joseph Yuma Boycott Sr. has accepted the resignation of Mr. Amin Modal, former Minister of Commerce and Industry. Mr. Modal resigned following concerns regarding the recent procurement of a vehicle that significantly exceeded the government's estimated cost for ministerial transportation. The president noted that when Mr. Modal has contributed to the development of the ministry during his tenure, the decision to make such a purchase at this time reflected poor judgment and a lack of sensitivity to the current economic environment in the country. The president has further directed that the vehicle in question be transferred to the General Services Agency for appropriate use in accommodating VIP guests of the government. The government of Liberia remains committed to upholding transparency, accountability, and prudent resource management in all sectors of public service. Meanwhile, President Boakai has asked Deputy Minister for Administration, Madam Salastika Tane Yanken, namely to until a replacement is named. Signed, Kula Bona Yan Fofana, Presidential Press Secretary.
So there we have it, folks. Again, if we can just switch, I know you guys want to stick on this other story, more information coming up. We just read this. The president was straight up, listen, you mess up, I accept your resignation. Include this, but guys, let's go within our time. I got to bring in Asido, Asiva, and Della Patrick. So let's do this in our, yes, ma'am.
I can go out a little bit so that Asido can come in.
Oh, but don't leave because we're switching and swapping. I know you want to go eat, so you don't have to make that announcement.
My people.
You came from work, you didn't eat. You are eating on the show, so I appreciate you. You won't
How you know I was eating, my people?
Lenny, this is Spoon. We see everything, we hear everything.
I'm telling you.
So,
you know how somebody call you, they say, stand on your potato greens. I say, yeah, you will be my Gasawali.
All right, Glenny, thank you. And you'll come back. Yeah. All right. So go ahead. Talk to me real quick, guys. Do I to make sense of that now? Let's just, before I bring in Fatima and the rest of the team.
But Stanton, just to, I don't think much is said there. The president just accepted this and he gave his reason why he accepted it. And it's just straightforward. I don't think there's a lot to say there, really.
So I think that the reason why I say makes sense, and maybe you don't want to go there, we have people from the other side say, well, we have Della Patrick, Uncle Sam Jackson, and the rest of them say, well, the president, we don't even know whether he accepted the letter, his president is this, that. That's why I say it makes sense. But I understand your position. You're an independent, neutral guy that is making $291,000 a year in America. You want to be very careful. Abdullah Mami, you got a contract, a big project, almost 7 or 70 million project you are undertaking for the full program with the that group. Can you talk to us? But if you don't, because I don't want to interrupt your project, your portfolio, is that 7 million or 70 million? But you will let us know. But let's come back on this issue. Make sense of the president letter.
It's 70 million, Stanton. But
70 million. I know I was around the 70 million project. Guys, you got to be proud of our fellow Liberian. What we're talking about is a serious issue. Mommy have a 70 million project about food and agriculture. And he will explain to us, man, they offering the project. I saw the document. I'm not kidding you. And again, we applaud you, Mommy. I was happy when I run through the document. Thank you. But talk to us on the president acceptance letter.
I mean, the letter basically said they dismiss. I mean, he accepted the resignation, and I mean, he's leaving the job because he bought an expensive car. That's all. President.
So what do other people coming up and saying, well, we don't know whether the president will accept the letter, blah, 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 and taking different position.
I mean, the information available to the president is what the president acts on. And nobody, I mean, except he doesn't want, but nobody can get information more than the president. And the information he wants, he get it. So based on the information he has, he's telling Ami, you're not going back to your job because you bought an expensive car. That is a message across government. It's not just about car. It's about saying this is a government that wants to prioritize spending maybe on the people and not spending on luxury. So in that letter also, I did not see that the president is so much angry with Amin. He's acknowledging the achievements that Amin did at the Ministry of Commerce, but saying the decision to buy this car was a value judgment issue. So it's not bad for.
So I know we are talking about the LDA. I got to leave it because we do not have enough time. This now is going down to Double Jada. I hope we have the time to talk about the Medtech money and the secret account that Double Jada opened with other folks. I want us to talk about it. I will share the letter because if the president can accept Amin letter and tell Amin, say, listen, you make a poor judgment, whatever, Double Jada. We'll come to it, guys. Let me go back around the table. We'll go to Sister Fatima. We'll bring in Fadika, with Brother Paul Kennedy. Then we'll bring in Minister Asido, the former Deputy Minister for Youth and Football. Again, welcome to the show, my dear brother. You will see this brother in Kosu every day because he worked at Bank of America making $116,000 a year.
Good job. He couldn't make that one on the CDC government. We applaud you, brother. We have to acknowledge our fellow Liberians here on the show. Bank of America Senior Executive Vice President, Minister Azedo. Talk to us, Fatima Bintou Salif.
Well, I would like to say thank you to the panelists and also to all of the viewers across the globe. I thank you guys for always coming and watching Spoon. Anytime I come, I see my brother Angasi and you know, the rest of the crew. Dr. Brooklyn, my secret keeper. I just want to say thank you to all of you. And to the women on this show, thank you for coming, Sis Jackie. To the viewers, I just say thank you for making Spoon what it is. Thank you for watching our show. Thank you for sharing. Each person that shared, just want to say thank you so very much. Some of the things I was driving, coming home, and I was listening to Spoon, and heard about this decision for the DEA. I pray and hope that the president will make the right decision. Liberia is the place where we've been talking about this drug issue, although it's universal, it's all over the globes. But the fact remains that in our country, Liberia is where our heart is, and we want our children to be free of drugs. We want people to know that Liberia will be a land where your children can live, grow, and thrive and be at their best potential. And no kind of substance will destroy them. So the president will make the right decision. And in so doing, he will bring pride to our government and our people. And with regards to Amin Modar, I think he did the right thing by resigning. I think, I heard a lot of things the last time they were talking about because of his weight. He couldn't drive regular cars, and because of that, but that doesn't mean that you can take the government of Liberia or the Liberian people's money and buy an overpriced car. If there are Jenny Jones and there are, most of these places Weight Watchers and stuff, you can get on there, try to lose a little bit of weight and be able to fit in regular sized cars. And in the event, he couldn't, I think he should have used his personal funds. The Liberian government funds belong to the Liberian people. And I am proud that he took the right route, was able to resign. That is not no reason. If you can't fit in regular car, you make allocations and pay for your own car. I think I've been hearing Angasi, my brother Dwalu, saying, we shouldn't even be buying cars for public officials. Liberia, we just make it so sweet in their mouth. The thing is something that they should be doing. In America here, when I get ready every morning and go to my corporate job, I pay my own car note every month. I pay for it myself. Okay? They pay me top dollar. I need to buy the car. So, I respect him for doing the right thing. I respect him for what he did. He took the right route. He did not want anything to be on his resume to say he was fired. So he took the right route and left. Liberians, I'm glad that we have this network where we are holding people accountable and people are doing the right thing. I think you guys know it was Spoon that raised the issue, that he took money from the government, and we started talking about it. And of course, when you holler louder, people hear you, and it hurt him, and he heard himself, and he resigned. So I'm happy to be here to share the panel with these distinguished people, and I look forward to more discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you again. I will also announce that Fatima just bought herself a new Mercedes GL. It's parked in front of her house. I'm serious. I'm not kidding you. She has 7,000 bonus on her lease on the old car. She bought herself a new car, and she's trying to sell the old Mercedes, which is exactly 4 years old.
You said you're going to pay for it.
Yeah, I said she get rid of me. We'll try to hustle and raise money here, and I will get a Fatima old car, a brand new GL Mercedes, brand new 2025. Yes.
Can we raise money in the shoe for Fatima car?
No, why? If you will raise the money, we're going to raise money. Fatima making $205,000. You lie. I want to say, it's good for us to have this kind of joke, but we discuss a serious issue. I interrupted you, Sister Glennie, so I will give you a 30-second back. Then we'll go to Fadika and Brother Isaac too, and our brother Paul Kennedy.
Well, Glenn, yeah.
Not sorry, I'm talking about Jackie. I'm sorry, Jackie, I interrupted you. Can you hear us?
Yes.
Please go ahead, man.
Okay. Speak up from where I left off, or-
Yes, I just gave you a 30 second. You can take anything now, please.
Okay, all right. So basically I will just wrap up quickly on the drug issue. Sam Jackson provided incorrect information regarding the president. The president takes the drug situation very, very seriously. He's listening to the public, he's listening to the media, and he's also looking into the case that is sitting on his desk, which I'm sure he's going to be making an announcement very soon in regards to that, especially given the fact that the acting officer in charge, Mr. Peters, has just resigned. Having said that, there have been a lot of accomplishments under the acting officer in charge. So it's not just to say that the LDEA was just sitting idle and nothing was happening. They provided a lot of training. They arrested drugs. They provided awareness in the communities, and they also even suspended people for misconduct and unprofessional behavior. So a lot of wonderful things happened during the time that the appointed officials were suspended during their suspension, and prior to their suspension, a lot of good things happened under their leadership as well. So we thank all those who have been in charge of the LDA, acting and or appointed thus far, and we trust that the president, whatever decision he makes going forward, will help to even provide a better, much better performance going forward from where all previous left off. So in regards to the Washington letter, hey, president has acknowledged directly what he said.
I'm sorry, Jackie. Jackie, if you can hear us, I'm sorry. Your internet is tripping.
Okay.
It is. Try to go out and come back. Let's see if you can yell. Go out and come back. Maybe it will be better, please. Let me bring in. Thank you, Sister Jackie. Now, Fatiga, let me hold you 1 minute. Bring in Asido, and then you can go ahead, please. Asido, brother, welcome, sir. Isaac. Isaac, are you okay?
Oh, okay. You hear me?
Yes, sir. Welcome,
Good,
sir.
Good. Hi to everyone. It's nice to be back on the show to discuss Liberia. I want to be short, Stanton. I want to read the second paragraph from the president's acceptance letter to former Minister Amin Modab. He said, thank you for putting it up. And let me quote what the lady said, that the president said. The president noted that while Minister Modab has contributed to the development of the ministry during his tenure, the decision to make such a purchase, the $96,000 car, at this time reflected poor judgment and a lack of sensitivity to the current economic environment in the country. Let me go over this little piece. The decision to purchase that vehicle, $96,000, at this time was a poor judgment. Starter, the president just used $1,123,000 United States dollars to buy 2 bulletproof cars in 2024. The president is telling Liberians today that he is angry at his former minister for purchasing $96,000 car, and that it was a poor judgment and not looking up for the poor people. People always said politicians are just people who talk and no action. This is not just an act of a politician, it is weakness. This is clear, broad day weakness. The president had just spent $1,123,000 United States dollars to purchase bulletproof cars. in 2024. And he is telling us that Amin's purchase of 96,000 was bad. It's okay to defend the president. He's the president of the country. But this is not just a contradiction. I would term this wickedness. I want you to think about this when you leave the show. Think about it. And the second point, very quickly here. A few weeks ago, the president was at the UN. Let me quote again what he said. Not only did we declare drugs a health emergency, we have taken steps. He's talking about the fight against drugs in Liberia. Today, the entire sector or agency that should have fought this issue of drugs is in complete disarray. We have other leaders being suspended for over 4 months, no decision. We have the officer in charge tendering in his resignation to take effect later this month. This, in my view, is saddening. It is okay to defend the president. He's the president. But if these are the basis of our defense for the president, I think we ourselves don't deserve the respect for the people of our country. We don't. You cannot spend 1 million to buy 2 cars and telling someone else that they spent 96,000 was a poor judgment. Who are you? You cannot have your agency that should be fighting drugs in disarray, and you're on the international scene telling the people you have taken steps.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Brother Doe. Yes. And guys, I want to say thanks to all of you as we remain quiet to listen to our brother Isaac Doe. Let's correct the card issue. And I would do that seriously. I'm so sorry that we would come on the show and again remind our brother Isaac Doe and auto sedition. One.
Joe, we have both private jet.
No, you are not correcting me.
Excuse me, guys. Guys, you spoke already, Isaac. Uncle Sam, please do not. Isaac, you spoke already. Uncle Sam, please do not interrupt. It's the only best thing to do, not to interrupt, guys. We listen to you, Mr. Isaac Doe. So please, even if I say something that you don't like, give me the chance to speak, and you can come back and correct me. So to all of our people that they can understand, okay? Let's try to do this. I will correct Isaac Doe, Uncle Sam, and my dear fellow seditionists who are Liberian like myself. One, the administration of Joseph Yema Boakai inherited vehicle in both the president and the vice president motorcade, January 2024. Almost all the vehicle, including armored vehicle, were in a deplorable condition after being in the campaign, as well as their preventive maintenance. An assessment was done in order to replace them. Uncle Sam, please do not interrupt. This is very important. Uncle Sam, then mute yourself. You can laugh. Uncle Sam, you can laugh, but mute yourself. We are talking very, very serious issue, and we will check you guys. After the assessment was done, they submitted a request to the Ministry of Finance Development Planning through the Ministry of State. The request was approved based on justification. It is important to note 13 vehicles were ordered. 13, not 2. 13. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. 13 vehicles. Please take note. At the amount of $1.2 million duty-free. $1.2 million duty-free for 13 vehicles. And I shall read. Of the 13 vehicles, they have 3 other replacement armor vehicle. 3 of the 13 vehicles. 3 vehicles were armor vehicle.
The information out there that the ministry or the EPS bought armor vehicle for $1.3 million is, it's not only a lie, but it's just a witch. PPCC have the document. And who work at PPCC right now? Is that individual, was he appointed by Jose Yima Boakai? Mami, the person head for PPCC, was he appointed by Jose Yima Boakai?
No, he's on tenure from George Weah administration.
Thank you. And who get access to him? Seditionists that just don't want to get the information from him. No, excuse me. No, you will not do this. You will wait for your time, my brother. No.
I don't want second.
No. You will not get even a 30 seconds till I finish. Don't do this. We all can come on the show. Don't interrupt me. Let me finish. Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me. Because this thing here, if we will hold this government responsible, we should hold the government responsible on truth. The armored vehicles, they are not designed for the unpaved road. But then, John Mahoney, we are taking it to everywhere. I will not blame the president. He used the former president. He used the armored vehicle because the government had it. Here's the bottom line. 13 vehicles were purchased, 3 of which are armored vehicles. They went through the PPCC competitive bidding as required by law. 2 local companies won the bid. 2. When our brother is saying it was only 3, saying the brother can to take off our conversation, 2 local companies won the bid. And what are the companies? 10 Toyota Land Cruiser were purchased from SICA, SRCA Motors, as replacement for the EPS. Cape Motors won. Another company, Cape Motors, won the bid for the 3 armored vehicles. The balancing popping from my mouth like the Eugene Fagon words. Sika Motor will be bringing in 10. Cape Motor will be bringing the 3 armored vehicles. I don't even know how to speak crew, my mama can speak. So let me try with what I know. One of the armored vehicle has arrived, and right now, you know who's using it? Jeremiah Kuhn, the vice president. And the other 2 pending arrival in a couple of months. Guys, let's be serious. 10 Toyota Land Cruiser was bought. You do the math. You should ask for the document. Go to Sika Motor, go to Cape Motor, and be informed. This President Jose Yima Boakai said he can take wheelbarrow to work. The old car job we are left for him, he using it. The only reason why they had to rush with Jeremiah Kuhn car, because the one Joe Howard Taylor left for him, it broke down so many times. For you to have a government on 13 vehicles, 3 armored vehicles, on a $600,000, and the rest of the other $600,000 to buy 13 vehicles, you go figure it out and do the math. The documents are there. We can provide these documents, but we shouldn't come and lie to the Liberian people. Guys, let's just get back on course. May God save the state. And let's be truthful. Fadika, please come in because I was coming to you, my brother.
Thank you, Stanton. I'm very disappointed. It's disheartening. I will sit on this show for our.
No, you can't just go like that now.
No, as a gaming chance, please. I'm not going to.
Just give me a second. Start and finish.
No, I can't even give
you. You just.
We'll come back to you. I said, don't interrupt the show. We'll come back to you. I beg you.
No, but you were just responding to me with a very bad.
I say, I beg you. Let them Fadiga speak, please.
This is not a
campaign. I say, you're trying to intentionally. You are intentionally disrupting our show. Please start. Fadiga, please go ahead.
Thank you, Isaac, and thank you, Stanton. It is disheartening that we'll be very rude to our audience and people in the audience. Things that we don't do in America. We come on here and insult someone, try to body shame someone, tell them to use Weight Washer. Did anybody tell you they were comfortable, especially someone that could use Weight Washer themselves? Before you would talk about someone, you should look yourself in the mirror. It's disheartening to talk about anybody weight or something. I'm a big guy. I'm comfortable with my body. Most of our big guys, we are comfortable with our body. None of our women have ever said anything. You don't talk about someone's body, talking about Weight Watcher. That's why every time when certain panelists come here, they are always in confusion with other people, whether it's guests or other something, because we are very rude to other people. It's very disheartening. And I want you to
we got a breaking news. Fadiga, we got a breaking news. I know you are on the course. Please wrap up because the appointment has been made for LDA. We want to share this information, but I will give you 30 seconds, Fadiga, because I don't want to interrupt you. And I will ask you, please, we can have that discussion in the back, my brother, please. Let me
just say this with Amin Muda. Mr. Muda, the president letter was very gracious. The president acknowledged that he did some good things while he was there. And like I've always said, it was a judgment call. One thing that I was waiting for to hear in that letter that I did not hear, the president did not say Amin Muda committed a crime. There was no corruption, and that's why some of us that knew him stood up for him. There was no corruption. It was a poor judgment call, and he resigned and took ownership of it. I wanted that to register. Thank you.
Okay, I wanted to talk about a few seconds. I wanted to talk about this issue about the car, or we can leave it. I'm uploading. There's an appointment been made, and it's on the Executive Mansion website. I have just shared this information with our folks. The LDEA appointment has been made, like we were giving the breaking news. Guys, can we mute ourselves, please? And thank God that we still have people here that we can go through it very quick. Guys, can we please mute ourselves, please? Let everybody just mute themselves, please. We are receiving interruption. Mama, can you mute yourself, please? I think it's coming from you, Mama. Hello? Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. So let's go through this appointment 1 minute, please. Fadiga, can you mute yourself? It's you, brother. Yeah. Thank you very much. Yes, the Executive Mansion letter, President Joseph Yima Boakai accept the resignation of the officer in charge of the Liberia, the LDA, and appoints an acting director general. Like we said on Spoon, Anthony Swire as acting director general. The president has appointed, he has appointed Mr. Anthony Swire as the acting director general. Now let's read it later. Eduardo is not here. Executive Mansion, I will try my best. Moreover, President Joseph Yima Boakai Sr. has accepted the resignation of Mr. Christopher S. Peter Sr. as officer in charge of the Liberian Drugs Enforcement Agency, effective immediately. In the resignation letter, Mr. Peters expressed his gratitude for the opportunity to serve the nation and the LDA. The president thanked Mr. Peters for the dedicated service during his time served sorry, man. Hold on. Let me read it from my phone, guys. All right. Where he led initiatives including the seizures of illicit drugs valued at US $4 million and securing long-term prison sentences for convicted drugs traffickers through the Liberian court. In recognition of his contribution to Liberia fight against drugs, the president wishes Mr. Peter's success in his future endeavors. Meanwhile, President Joseph Yima Boakai Sr. has appointed Mr. Anthony Swire as acting Director General of the LDA. The president has full confidence that Mr. Swire will execute his new role with the utmost commitment, loyalty, and dedication. The president reaffirmed his commitment to combating the drugs scourge and enhancing the operational capabilities of the LDA. This came from Kula Fufana, the presidential press secretary. Here we have it, guys. It is important that this news came up today. Big news, by the way. Spoon broke the news. Anthony Swire is in the picture. Now what we're going to say this as a long term, it's a short term because he's not acting. Acting means what we don't know, but there's more confirmation coming up that the Fadiga, Hassan Fadiga, Gauko, and A.B. Kroma, they are out. We wait for more information from the Executive Mansion. Abula Mame, what say you of this breaking news, sir?
Somebody shared with me the maybe brief profile of the new DEA boss. I think I posted in the chat room. I will just read it so Liberians get to know who is the new, if you like, commander-in-chief against drugs. So they say Anthony was the first director of the DEA. He's an old soldier coming to the barrack. He led DEA when it was formed. He left the DEA and he went to the position of Deputy Director for Special Services at the National Security Agency. And he served under Former Salif. He's a very professional man. He has been in law enforcement for decades. That is the initial information about the new DEA boss. As time goes on, we will search and see and know more about him. But we think that the president made a decision that is informed. He made a decision considering everything on the deck regarding the fight against drugs. And we wish him well. We'll give him all the support that we provided to AB Fadiga and the other people to ensure we bring these drugs under control.
Let me ask you real quick, and let's do the 10-second backing, guys. Atim, what does that say to you? He didn't say Fadiga gone. He didn't say AB gone. He didn't say Bauko gone. He appointed an Atim.
I'm still thinking, Stanton. You can ask other panelists for their opinion. I'm still thinking why he used acting.
Let me go back to my sister Glennie. Glennie, you're going through this thing. The information is unfolding. We broke the news about Mr. Peters' resignation on Spoon. It was true. We broke the news that Anthony Swire was coming in. It was true. We are also announcing that again, if it is true, Hassan Fadiga, AB Kroma, and that of Bauko, they are out. A new group coming in. And here we go, the president through the press secretary saying, I am appointing Anthony Swire as acting. Talk to me, Glennie.
So I think in my earlier statement, I mentioned that if it was one decision that he needed to make was to make this decision now, make it immediately, and not have somebody at that establishment acting, because it's not like in any ordinary establishment that you have to say, you know, somebody can be acting for the, they can resign and then you have them waiting for 3 weeks. So I want to commend President Boyka for making this appointment today. It's immediate, it's timely, it needs to be made. We all can assume that the news that is around that the AB and Fadiga and the other guy who was there before, we can almost think that they probably wouldn't be going back, because and I think the acting is just probably to take our attention from the severity of it, but I think this is something final that's going to happen. I don't think the other three will be replaced, because if it was anything, President Boyka would have appointed any one of them to act.
Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much. Let me go to Sister Jackie. Sister Jackie, talk to me real quick.
Well, hey, the president very swiftly. We would like to congratulate Anthony Saul. Been there before, he's well experienced. So as the new officer in charge, until the president comes up with the appointment for the new leadership of the LDEA, we want to commend the president for his swift decision today as he embarks on his trip to Italy tomorrow. So the LDEA will be in good hands until the president comes up with the appointment for the new leadership at LDEA.
Let me bring you something that we just received. The lawmakers are on break. If the president appoints right now, that appointment or nomination will require the lawmaker confirmation, and therefore the place will be open. So the thing about acting, as if I brought you in, but you look like you're eating. So if you want to come, just give me a thumbs up. I'll bring you back home, please.
Do you hear me?
Yeah, we heard what you said, Jackie. Okay. I heard what you said. I was just saying that then there's a reason why Anthony Swire coming in as acting. Because if you say you're going to nominate him, then that will be a problem that you cannot bring him in till the guys come back. So it's a very, very unique way to put it. Uncle Sam, sorry, Uncle Sam, before we come today, go to Dr. Bople. Dr. Bople, acting. And here we are still saying this news that is coming up from the Spoon decks is true. Our brothers are gone. New group coming in. We have an acting right now. Anthony Swire, sir.
I said earlier on the show tonight that I thought the president was going to make a decision because this is an important agency. He has. It's acting, meaning you don't need confirmation now. He can go to work. There will have to be a little bit of transitional conversation because the OIC resigned effective the end of the month. But now that you have an acting, you can start transition. I think that's a smart move. So Mr. Swa and Mr. Peters can start working. Mr. Peters said that in his letter and be willing to do the transitional thing. So I think the president did the right thing. And I think once this transition is over, the president would decide who's going to be the permanent head of the agency. So I applaud the president, and I think we move forward.
Thank you very much. Uncle Sam, what say you?
I think this is patent nonsense, complete nonsense. I mean, you go to the UN and you tell international community that you have a dedicated agency and you're taking steps on this public health crisis. That was 2 weeks ago. Then you come back to the country and you're leaving tomorrow and you say, okay, let's consider that Stanton's explanation that because the Senate is not in session, so you need an acting. But this is a rudderless agency when you don't have deputies and you don't have a sound foundation to fight it. So what have you been doing for the last 4 months? Animated, suspension of the war on drugs. And then let me tell you something. You forgot, ladies and gentlemen, that this same drug enforcement agency went to a court in West Point and was able to get a fake search and seizure warrant. And no one at the agency has been called to order or be reprimanded or fired for the fake search and seizure warrant. Instead, 2 lowly clerks from the court who would probably get $25 or $50 to write those fraudulent search and seizure warrants. And then you're going to go to the UN and say you have a dedicated agency, you are taking steps. That's what I say is a lie. He lied to the international agency, international community. He's not taking steps to fight the war on drugs when they are using fraudulent search and seizure warrant from a court that within the jurisdiction. This is complete chaos and chaotic. And no Liberian people should be to listen to some of my esteemed panelists that say the president is doing the right thing. That's not doing the right thing. This is political. This is political posturing, okay? And I would dare say, okay, sycophancy. Sycophancy. You're not calling a spade a spade. You know what's happening at the DEA. It's a feckless agency. It's rudderless. There's no leadership there. And he's leaving tomorrow again without completing, okay, the human resource capacity of that agency, a very important agency. But Liberian people, Mr. Branca going again. He leaving acting there. He solved the problem with Fadika, with AB and Bauko. He go again. He leaving it. He never solved that problem. That's not decision. That's not decisiveness.
Thank you very much, Sam. I was saying we'll just take all the CDC talking points. So let me bring your little brother, Asido. Then we'll elevate the conversation from where we sit. Former Deputy Minister Asido.
Well, Stanton, you can even say untrue information 200 times. It will never be equal truth. What is not truth? That's not truth. No matter how many times you say it. So let's go to the record here. When President Weah took over, he used the vehicles from President Sodri for 3 years. 3 years. After 3 years, he bought vehicles. Now, all of the Land Cruisers that are there now were bought 1 month to campaign. 1 month. That's about 3 months at the most when President Bouakai took over. Like I said, you can defend your president. That's fine. The Liberian people can see through things, though. Are you telling me that brand new Land Cruisers could only last for 3 months and we're changing it? Listen, Starter. President Bouakai can even buy 20 vehicles. You know what? He used 1 million. That's it. You can even buy 200 vehicles. He used 1 million Liberian money to buy vehicles. You can come and say he bought 350, 200 is on you. At the end of the day, President Bouakai used 1 million from the budget to buy vehicles. So your defense is.
Actually, let me just correct you.
No. Uncle Sam, no. Uncle Sam, no. Uncle Sam, no. Uncle Sam, no.
Uncle Sam, like I'm saying, I know President Bouakai did not have no 20 vehicles.
It was off budget. It was off.
Yeah, right. Off budget, I was not budgeting. So I want to make sure I end this. So your defense is so sorrowful, Stanton, but sorry to tell you, it's weak. This is not a campaign where you just say anything is strong. Right now, it is weak, very weak. You are defending 1 million being spent towards just cars, and you come into about 350, 20. That is not fair.
Thank you.
And let me
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Let me end, please.
Well, we're here with time. Don't tell me thank you. You can take all your time to talk something that we pass by.
Yeah, you will always cut me off because you hate the truth. That's fine.
If we keep changing the topics, different topics, go back.
Has appointed another acting head. Central Bank of Liberia has acting head. LTA1, LTA2, LTA3, LTA4, LTA5, acting. LDEA again, acting. Is that a serious government? What kind of serious government does not have a plan of how they want to govern the country? They don't even have the people to put in the places. Think about the amount of acting in this government, and can it go back? How many more years can you remember to have this amount of people acting in government? And lastly, another confusion is coming again. LDEA acting director resigned, saying his resignation takes effect October 31. President Bouakai appointed someone else without saying if that person is taking over after October 1 or now. Are we going to be having 2 acting DEA bosses tomorrow?
Thank you.
This is not a serious government.
Thank you very much.
Serious government. I'm sorry.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, brother. I said, though, folks, again, this is the reason why CDC lost the election. Keeping someone on the biggest platform in the nation between the prime time hour to speak to this issue without being informed. You know I love acid, though. They get into a place that Sedisha themselves regretting having Asido on the show.
Every time I talk, you will come after.
I beg you. I beg you. I say, I beg you that. I say, I beg you. We kept quiet, you spoke.
Only those not 1 minute. Every time I speak, you will come after me. It only tells you how weak
Stento, the letter even says.
Wait. Anyway.
But yeah, I'm not serious. What do you mean by you talking seriously? I'm not serious. Why look like I'm not serious to you?
Let me stop. Everybody got to talk.
Are you serious?
Then I beg you. I beg you. So guys, I said I will have to put you in the bag because you interrupted the show.
No problem.
I said you got to stop interrupting the show. You got to stop interrupting the show.
Why do you always come after me, though?
We listen to you, and it's time for us to speak too. Ladies and gentlemen, you know me. If this government I will let you know. But I say even sedition, they do not trust ICEDO with information. Janga Ko cannot send any information to ICEDO. These are the chief of staff to former president Eugene Nangwe. ICEDO going around begging for information and they will not share with him.
We are blessed and privileged that we can receive
I agree.
information
Let's start with the
because the
vehicle.
nation need to be informed.
Yeah, I
First of
agree.
all, everybody look at this letter. The first step of this letter, what did it say for immediate release? Now, please read the letter where the president bring in, say, meanwhile, President Bouakai has appointed Mr. Anthony Swa as acting director general of the LDA. The president has full confidence that Mr. Swa will execute his new role with an utmost commitment. Read this letter if you will not see immediate. Read this letter when the president accepted the resignation of Christopher Peter. When I said don't read and jump over words because he need glasses, help him with glasses.
What are you
When I
talking
said
about?
don't read, no. Hey, I said don't, man, we're not babysit you on the show.
No,
Man, you
but what
gotta
are
give
you
us
talking
some,
about?
you
Something
gotta
you
give
are
us
not
some
doing.
respect. I say you gotta give us some respect. I beg you, my brother, please. We have Dr. Bople here at least. Let's respect his person. He's a man of God. He will pray for us tonight. The next thing I want to say, all the vehicle assets they're talking about, guys, that's why you cannot bring CDC back to power. They bought the vehicle, they took the vehicle with them. They bought the vehicle, they took it with them. You cannot find one. Man can talk all. But the wickedness that was done to this nation, and has to do, they have the audacity to come on national network.
Please leave my name. We are
and
not
say,
campaigning here.
and,
There's
and
not a
say
propaganda.
that the vehicle issue is a joke. No, because
Call
the
Semi Gay and ask him.
they cost the government millions of dollars, and this is horrible. So I will leave this for you because we are discussing serious issue here tonight. Our dear brother and friend Asido, we need to remind him and Uncle Sam Jackson that there will be no way we sit here telling the Liberian people the truth and they come without moya talk. It will not work. It will never ever work. The cars that were bought, Jackie, they took it with them. They looted our country. They looted our country so badly that there was nothing to operate from. And he's sitting on spoon talk, talking tabata, because who giving him information? Blue Moon is giving him information. Don't put me in my campaign spirit, man. Let me move on.
Well, you can only put me in the back. That's
who have to talk.
You can only put when President Bouakai was going on inauguration.
We finish. Let it be so. I'm begging you. Let it be so. Fatima, go ahead, Mama.
Well, thank you for having me. I would like to say I was reading some comments from the viewers, and
Fatima, I beg you. Let me ask Ava. Ava, are you ready? Because we see that you're eating in the back. Can you give a thumb up if you're ready to come on? I do not want to interrupt your cornbread and gravy that you're eating, sir. Is he ready? Okay, I think he's ready. He's on. Go ahead, Sister Fatima.
I was reading comments from I always be reading the comments from our viewers, and a lot of them felt are being disrespectful to Mr. Mudad. I wasn't. I heard he's a big guy. He couldn't fit in regular cars. Okay, and if anybody felt insulted by that, I'm sorry. But for people to sit on this panel and try, I'm not one of those women that you can just come and talk to any type of way. If you're upset or frustrated, take it somewhere else. I'm in America. My $5 job I'm doing, I'm very happy with it. I'm very content with what I'm doing. And I go at my free will anytime I feel like to Liberia and get back. So nobody can just talk to me any other type of way. That being said, I feel that like Dr. Brople and everybody else said, I like the part that even Isaac Topa said, people are going to be serving at the will and pleasure of the president. And if he feels that, he doesn't even have to give people excuses to say, this is the reason why I'm letting you go. Anybody he wants to let them go, let them go. You don't have to make up lies and excuses and all kinds of innuendos just to try to bring somebody down. People's lives tell their own story. What people have done speak for itself. People have worked in Liberia that you look. They said the truth that crushes the earth will rise again. Nobody needs to come up to say anything. No way. You can talk and talk. I'm not one of those women you can open your mouth and insult. That's why I'm making.
Thank you, Fatima.
No, I'm not done. I'm
No,
not one of
Fatima,
those
thank
people
you. That
just
just moves on.
I speak my truth, and you know what? If some people felt hurt, I apologize. I'm a big girl. With 3 babies that came out. So I'm a
Fatima, thank you very much.
At the
Let's
same
move
time,
on.
no man
Yeah.
is going to be on this show to just be denigrating people and think you can talk to anybody because you're angry, you're in your feelings,
All right.
and because
All
you
right.
can't
Thank
get
you.
anyone from Liberia. That is not
Fatima,
my business.
Fatima, thank you. Fatima, thank you very much. So guys, well, let's end this show. Let's end the show. We are waiting for one other information coming up, but before we do, we had our Asiva Tuba in the back. Asiva, again, thank you for sitting beside your brother Asik Do, who is giving us hard time tonight. Asiva, if you can hear us, sir, please come on. Okay, sorry, Asiva is saying something else. We cannot hear him.
I'm talking to you. I said, can I reflect on some things that already went by? What kind of man is?
But you don't expect us to hear you when you're muted, Asiva.
There you go.
Nobody was hearing you.
The host has muted you. Okay, can you hear me now?
I said, whenever you're ready to talk, I will say it 100 times. Just unmute yourself, please. We can hear you now.
Okay, wonderful. I guess when I was away, your breaking news with regards to the appointment at the Ministry of Commerce, I think that's, I don't know who the individual is, but I think it's a position that we should profile. I think that's a very, very critical position. I don't think it should be something that should be left unhandled for a long time, you know, between what transpired, between what was promised or discussed prior to elections, and what transpired since between the METEC and the other people, the right situation, and just, you know, the progression of commerce and some of the promises. I think that's a ministry we need to look at. But beyond that, I also think the mining sector is a sector that we really need to put a flashlight, the floodlight, the midnight light, all on that sector, because that's one of the key areas that our economy, you know, every day we talk about Burger, go and come out and bring something. But right in the country, we got money, we got things, but we're not utilizing what we have in our country. So those areas, whether they're mining, whether they're our commerce situation, whether they're our fisheries or agriculture, where Liberians can really see themselves growing and developing and being part of the economy, I think we should shine more light. But I would pick profiling this new Minister of Commerce or acting minister, and then the mining sector. That was just on my mind while I was off the show. So if you want something,
thank you very much.
Let me know.
Thank you very much, our brother Asif Atuba, the former acting chief of staff to Alexander Cummings, and Alexander Cummings asked him to resign. We love having you, sir.
I was fully positioned. I wasn't acting.
Okay, everybody acting now, my man. Thank you very much. So let's wrap the show up. It's 7:33. We're happy to have everyone. Give it your best shot. We
don't think I've spoken on that issue yet, though.
Fadiga, go ahead. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think I hear you. Fadiga, let me make a quick correction. Then you can speak on this. Then we close the show. A lot of people enjoying the show, but guys, every good thing must come to an end. We'll be back here again tomorrow. We didn't discuss on the LRA issue, the extra account that was opened by Double Jala. We didn't discuss on the money missing that was taking place at public work. We didn't discuss on other issue. Listen, this is a great day today. Let me remind my brother Asido again. Maybe he missed when they say effective immediately. Dr. Bople as Fadiga. I think you can see that without the glasses, and I put a red ink on it. They say executive action. Let me just have some sedition, man. Let me have some sedition. All right, effective.
The thing is, if you finish talking, you will not give me a chance to
we'll just be there. Fadiga, can
the
you
comprehension you're learning in the school year, you can pass by
Fadiga, this is what we settle for when we make the network the people's network.
So can you give me a second to respond to that your comprehension?
We take the bad and we take the ugly. Go ahead, Fadiga.
Thank you so much. I don't want to. I'm done. You know, when you waited for so long with speculation and different rumor, I don't want to speculate anymore. I know we something has changed. We went from an OIC to now inactive. For me, there's a big difference, and there's a little difference. It shows that we are making progress. Something about to happen. I refuse to speculate. I will not speculate. I just want to hold my peace. We're going to wait. The president going to make a decision. When that decision comes, then we can, all chime in. But I will say this, that I love this platform. We joined this platform to help expose societal ills, and we still do that today. This is something that I've done way even before Spoon, and that's why it took me no time to come on Spoon. But I've also seen different characters, as we come here. Every time when one person always get into argument with certain people, it speaks a lot about that individual than the people themselves. I see it happen to McGill when he was here. I've seen it happen to guests out here. Whenever people that believe that it can just be rude to everybody, but I will not scoop that low. I will not engage in that because that is not how we're brought up. I will keep my cool. When a ship is sinking, they say when a crazy man, you're in a bathroom taking a shower, a crazy man come and take out the clothes, you won't run outside naked. I will be the same person as usual and calm. I will not engage. There is an attempt to bring about some serious confusion here. We see that in the chat room, but we know when a ship is sinking and when people want to just muddy the water, this is a clever attempt. It has no input on the show. It has nothing to offer, but just to come here and insult people. I mean, it's my friend. I wouldn't allow anybody to happen to.
Let's keep it in the back, Fadiga. Like I said, let's keep it in the back.
I'll just leave it at that. But people are watching, they know, and I'm glad we can refer to people and know that the public is watching and they are seeing and they know the difference of our different upbringing from the way we speak and treat other people. Yes, there's a lot of.
Thank you. Fadiga, sorry, you're talking like a head wearing my app. Abula, can you do the show, man? Head going my app.
Yeah, so Fadiga concluded we're doing our closing comments on this show. I mean, you can wrap up, do your best, all the different things we talk about. We talk about the LDA appointment. You can add.
So since I'm already on, can I just close? Since I'm already on, just close.
Yeah. So let's just watch the time as we close. Thank you, Fadiga.
Yeah, I'll be very fast. Look, great show. A lot of different things. LDA, the different stuff. Look, one of the things that I really admired from the president letter was he acknowledged that Amin did something, but he made a terrible judgment error, and for which he owned up to it and resigned. That is what happened in the Western world. That is what happened in the democracy that we want to emulate. And I commend him for that. Now that this burden has left his shoulder, he can go on and live a peaceful and quiet life with his beautiful family. And the president letter acknowledging that, look, I would have been disappointed if look, people get confused when it comes to this thing. People, well, there will be an investigation. Will there be a trial? The president letter put a closure to this whole hullabaloo about what happened, what didn't happen. It was not corruption. It was a terrible judgment call, and Mr. Moda owned up to it. And I'm very glad that he did that.
Thank you, Fadiga. It was a terrible judgment call, and I mean, responsibly and honorably own up to it. Uncle Sam.
Well, thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. I'm glad that I was able to put a lot of fallacies and a lot of half-baked truths, a lot of inanities, to rest on this show tonight. Look, ladies and gentlemen, it's clear that the current administration is in disarray. It's in disarray. And let me just drink my water. Give me a second. Excuse me. It's in disarray. This is the 9th month of a presidency with a gentleman who was 12 years vice president, and 50 years within the political economy and the bureaucracy. The fact that we keep coming back and forth with acting officer in charge and all of these, it doesn't represent a government that has its bearings correct. So if you don't want to pretend that everything is fine, but I know that when you are by yourselves in your quiet moment, you know, and the Liberian people know, that things are not going right. Things are not going right. On that note, I close, and I pray maybe when he comes back from Italy, from seeing the Pope, maybe the Pope will give him some holy water, and maybe he will give him some a new lease on life to take the country where it belongs. But for now, the country does appear to be in disarray. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Uncle Sam. Country is in disarray. Hoping that when the president comes back, with holy bath to move it forward. Dr. Brookle.
Well, in closing, I just want to say that.
Here you go. Are you in disarray now? But go ahead.
I just want to say in closing that, we raise issues, we discuss them, we disagree, and hopefully we can be respectful in our disagreement. We don't have to be disrespectful when we disagree. But we have an important opportunity here, an opportunity to affect the national conversation. The goal is to make our country better. Well, campaign is over, so I could care less now about being partisan. I want to be Liberian. And if this nation works well, all of us will be beneficiaries. So let's keep adding our voices. Let's be objective. Let's be constructive. And people will say what people will say, but let's stay focused. There is a job to do. We have a president. We have a government. We commend them when they do well. We critique them when they don't do well. We make suggestions, recommendations. That's why I come. I come here, join these esteemed panelists, so we add our voices. And at the end of the day, Liberia will be better because you do your own, I do my own. So thank you, everybody, for a good show tonight.
Thank you, Dad. Jackie, your internet
and by the way, I want to excuse myself. Is after almost midnight here. I got to sleep small. Yeah. So good night, everybody.
That come with age. That come with age. We understand.
I know where you my age, but I want to cut it down. I was 16-year-old. Okay, so I know where you tell my age, but all right, age, I like it. If I get older, my children, I grow and lead it up. So I thank God I got old small. Good night, everybody.
Good night, Dragon. So Jackie, internet corona.
I hope. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, all right. It was a wonderful show today. Lots and lots of things have been happening this week. I would just like to say to conclude and close on the former Minister Modad's resignation. Of course, we all discussed the president accepting his resignation, but I want to say this. What has not been said about Mr. Modad? He played a very pivotal role and contributed a lot throughout the campaign. He was the former chairman of the Unity Party, and under his leadership, a lot of good things happened for the Unity Party and helped to push the electoral process forward. During the transition, the JPTT, he played a pivotal role in designing strategies, developing plans, even for the arrest agenda. Even as a minister, there were some good things that were accomplished under his leadership as well. Of course, it is unfortunate that his resignation came in, rightfully so, as per his judgment. Some, he played a pivotal role over the years in helping to bring us to where we are today and rescuing us from the inefficiencies and the incompetence of the George Weah led government, the CDC government. It is unfortunate to see that he has resigned, and he's not, maybe we don't know what the future holds, but one way or the other, whether privately or publicly, I hope he will continue, and I trust he will continue, because first of all, he is a businessman. He employs a lot of people, so he will continue to contribute towards our society in Liberia, even on the international scene. Having said that, something that we didn't really discuss in depth, I know we talked about it in the beginning of the show, was the resolution that came out of the 2-day presidential retreat. I hope this will be discussed tomorrow. Yeah, but let me say this, because this is important. There were 13 resolution points that came out of the retreat today, and those are some important things that were discussed that even the media has been recommending, members of the media from Spoon TV and stuff like that, which we need to highlight, because these are some major changes that we are going to see under President Boyka leadership going forward for the new year, the fiscal year 2025, as we conclude on the budget and conclude on all the progress report from all the government ministries and light agencies at the end of the year. The issue with the drug situation, of course, is a priority. The president takes that seriously. He takes seriously the youth, the progress and the development and the growth of the youth, which one of them is the drug. And that's why he set up a special committee at the beginning of the year, which is currently in place, still in place. And LDEA, regardless of the fact that we don't have a permanent leadership or appointed leadership, LDA is still working, has been working, and is still accomplishing a lot of good. So whether or not those who are suspended will be coming back or not, we do acknowledge the great work that they did, and we wish them all the best. And trust me, as I always say, I have been saying, President Boyka came to rescue this nation, and he means it, and he will rescue the nation, and he's already done that. We see the huge difference in terms of peace.
Thank you, Jackie. Your internet is tired now.
We see the improvement under this president leadership, and we will continue to see bigger and better stuff take place under President Boyka leadership. It was a wonderful show. I thank everyone today, and thank the viewers for watching this program today.
Thank you, Jackie. So
thank you.
We'll go to Fatima before we come to Glennie.
It was a good show. As always, Uncle Sam, hello. And I say hello because you say I can't call your name. GJJ. How you doing? It was a good show. It's always a pleasure to come on Spoon and speak to our Liberian people, you know, and just educate them on the happenings of the country and things that are going on. We might not all agree, but the fact remains that we were given opportunities to come abroad to learn and be able to have an impact in our nation. So every time we come here, we try to educate our people so that they are making informed decisions, so that we are holding criminals accountable. We are holding those who truly are doing wrong things to our country accountable. And, you know, I'm proud to be someone who loves my country dearly. And I know all of us here who come, the viewers especially, and the panelists, we love our country. And we most of them who come here every night to speak to our people. There are going to be some great things that will happen in Liberia. And I want you guys to know, I've not been able to really say much, about the LDEA, because I know people will say that I should recuse myself because Abbey Nkrumah is my ex-husband. But I want you to know that because of Liberia, Abbey Nkrumah and myself, our marriage failed. He wanted to go back to Liberia immediately after he graduated from John Jay. He wanted to go back to Liberia to have an impact. He felt like his whole life was something that he wanted to do, was to go back to our nation and give back. And you know what happened? Whatever happened in Liberia, whatever happens to him, I think you all know that he does have a private security firm that he can still start something with, and he can move his life forward. But he is also serving at the will and pleasure of the president. The president has the right to do whatever he wants to do, and he has the right to appoint those who he wants to appoint. And you know what happened? Whatever he appoints, if it's in the best interest of the Liberia people, that's all we want. We come here every day. Like I said, we give up our time. CEO is not paying us. He's just making us to be a part of our country, to share our views, not to be rude to anyone. If Magio come here and speak something and I hold him accountable, I feel like, don't speak with you if you didn't come with equity, with clean hands. Your record speaks for itself. Everybody's record. Don't accuse me of what my mom, my husband, my ex-husband did. Accuse me of what I did, what I'm doing. Me, Fatima. Don't hold me accountable for other people. Abbey Nkrumah is a good man, not because I'm divorced from him. Society wants you to speak bad of people because you're divorced or you're not together. But he's a good man. Liberia knows him. He kept Liberia safe under Eden regime. He did good for the Liberian people. He has wonderful children who love and admire him. And you know what? With his whole entire life is in Liberia, and I know he will do well. I'm proud to call him my ex-husband and the father of my children. Liberians, thank you so much for watching Spoon. You keep our station honest. You keep coming. You keep doing what you're doing, staying up with us to educate our people so that they are making decisions that will benefit them. Thank you to the viewers. Thank you to the panelists. You guys are truly appreciated. Good night.
Thank you, Fatim. Strong statement of support. Glendy? You muted, Glenn.
So it was a great show. I jotted down 3 things that I want to speak to. As we close, I want to acknowledge Fatima for apologizing to people who felt offended by the statement. I thought it was a little strong, so I appreciate you. I have nothing but respect for you, and the fact that you were able to do that says a lot about who you are as an individual. So thank you for doing that. That was important to do that. Liberia is our country. We all come here and we spend hours here because we want a better Liberia. I would never come here and wish ills on Liberia or to even profess that the country is in disarray, quote unquote. I'll never do that. Regardless of my age, regardless of my position, regardless of where I live. We all want the best for Liberia. If someone can, after 9 months, claim that Liberia is no longer a country because after 9 months, they have not seen the things that they want to see, and so this government has failed flat, then you need to be able to compare this Liberia that you now say is in disarray to the Liberia we had 6 years ago. And we can only do that because we're coming off a back of a failed government. And so we have to be very careful when we come here with lots of people listening, and we always come and purport negativity. Yes, sometimes we argue. Sometimes we say the wrong thing. Sometimes we have different sides that we take. But Liberia is the only country that we have. And no one should want to wish ill on that country. I don't live in Liberia now. And if I have family members in Liberia, and if there was a war and if there was disarray in Liberia, my people there would suffer. So I wouldn't wish it on anybody. And I think any one of us should continuously wish and speak negativity about our country. I know sometimes we deviate from the topic, and we bring in our own emotions and say different things. But this one country that we have, that is Liberia, we all want best for Liberia. And if you want to be the person known to always say everything is wrong, this one is wrong, that one is wrong, that's on you. That's your legacy. That's how people will remember you. But I don't want to be a part sitting on this panel every time. And then we keep saying that, yes, JMB may not be the best president, but he's the president of the country. George Weah was not the best president, but he was president of Liberia. So we have to be careful with the things we say about our country and what we want for Liberia. The DEA, I think the action of the president is something that was needed. It may not be the right decision. It may not be the decision that needed to be made with this person that he is now put as acting, but it's a decision that President Boyka sees fit to do right now. And we hope that this decision also doesn't ignore the investigation, because it's important for those that were suspended to know how the investigation ended.
30 seconds.
It's a privilege for me to always be here on Salone TV. Stand and talk here. So now I come running. I don't eat. I take 1 or 2 minutes here to eat, because we owe it to Liberia to be able to help talk about our country and speak truth to power. That's why we're here. It's a privilege to be here. Some of the people that here are older than some of the people that here, they are not older than me. But Liberia is our country, and we all want best for our country. Thank you.
I do. And from the Ava.
Yeah, I usually don't like to be AR to read from prepared text. I like to be authentic, just from my own self. I've never done it, but I want to do it today for the first time, because today is an important day, and I want to recognize the bravery of men and women who did an act. Today is the 1-year anniversary since men and women of consciousness went to the polls to cast their ballots in favor of George Weah. Though we did not get the desired results we hoped for, we did get one thing: to be on the right side of history that we wanted. We now want to salute with our 2 hands all of those brave men and women for all you did 1 year ago today. In face of relentless propagandas and lies, you use your intellect and fine judgment to try to push for the righteous. We say thank you, and surely we will do it again. You braved the storm. You powered over the nights. You defeated the heat waves. You walked through the pouring of rains. You should be proud of yourselves. And I will say this: the most successful people are not those who end from a setback. The most successful ones are those who use setbacks as motivation for a great comeback. And that's who you are, Liberians, Seditians. 1 year ago today, you stood in lines. Your intent was good, to continue with the development of market houses. Your intent was good, to continue with the development and the construction of proper homes for our people. Your intent was good, to continue with the issue of tuition-free policy. Today, University of Liberia students, most of whom I spoke with, are crying that they want to go register, they are seeing fees. What you did was in the interest of Liberia. You will see few handful of people, very small little people, come and tell you, come to tell you that, oh, George Weah looted the country. You know, if you go in the dictionary, you will see the word looter there. Looter is there. Because people use this in the dictionary now. Take up your time and look at what is happening today. Compare your lives 1 year ago to your lives now. Compare Liberia 1 year ago to Liberia now. I've known Fatima since 1922. This is the first day she said something right. And she said, every truth that is buried under the ground shall rise and will stand up.
1922.
Thank you. Yes, since 1922.
Thank you, Ado.
Thank you.
Asiva.
Yeah.
Thank you. You can do your.
Sometimes when someone spews pure trash and garbage before you, you tend to think nothing inside you can find that can be good. But fortunately, in this case, for the population that Azedo was talking to, the poor, deluded citizens that are out there, he gave you an advice. He said, use your setback for motivation. Yes, the setback that you have experienced these last 6 years, you don't act like better than you can't run behind CDC officials then again. Your try to improve your lives in these next 5 years is very important. If you run behind the corrupt, we have officials that promising you the next 6 years, the party is strong, that party is zero. You focus on your individual futures and then find new political alignment if you guys are smart. That's my advice to you. With regards to Ami Moda, this specific situation that caused him to retire, I think is misfeasance. I don't think it rose to the point of malfeasance or corruption, but unfortunately, the timing was wrong. The population was tired with our legislature for that 45,000 vehicle business and some of the other vehicles with regards to the armored vehicle and other things, and they were just upset, and the noise that was behind him was just heavy. So I mean, he's a resourceful guy. He will bounce back on his feet, and he will do well. I like the fact that the president is trying to be decisive. He has identified somebody to be at LDA. He quickly appointed a replacement for Amin, even though I believe that we should put the spotlight on that particular area. But also from the cabinet retreat, I like some of the points that came out. The travel ordinances, both domestic and foreign, they need to look at those things. If the president can get a credit card, let him get a credit card for everybody and let it be only government expenses that should be on those cards. It will save us money. The release of the arrest agenda for inclusive development is coming up by the end of November. It needs to come out for people to be programmatic in their approach. And they mentioned that budgetary expenses have to be aligned with the AID. So hopefully we get that we will not have any off-budget spending again, where we have all kind of noise in terms of where money went, where money they didn't go, because off-budget, as long as they approved by the legislature and the executive, is fine, is legal. But unfortunately, most budgets are illegal because of the way they build the budget. So they need to go to a zero-based budget and start over from scratch and build that budget. Then when they talk about government inventory and trying to make sure GSA can fulfill its mandate is critical. I don't know if they have any technology for inventory management for all government property and for maintenance. Look at the airport. GSA is supposed to be maintaining our airport, and those responsibilities should really fall to the people who are responsible for it. I'm excited about the fact that they're talking about implementing incentives for the private sector, because our people in the private sector, they need incentives for government. They need facilitation in terms of the atmosphere that they can, help develop and grow this economy. At the same time, make money from it, So it's very important. And the VAT they're talking about, how to simplify it. I hope Liberians can be able to import and don't have to be finding other avenues to import stuff from other neighboring countries. So overall, it's good. Overall, it's good. Again, I would just emphasize that the mining sector holds a lot of promise for Liberians who can be getting all our minerals other years. Sometimes we don't even know what the people taking. We don't know about the transfer pricing. We don't know who they're taking our stuff to, or even the value of our natural resources. So hopefully, Minister P can get a team together, get 1 or 2 consultants, and he can really shine a light on that sector and make it work for Liberians. Thank you.
Thank you, Ava. So, Stanton, I will close, and then you can close the show. It will just be a little bit of a rehearsal moment. When you resign to your boss and say your resignation takes effect 30 days after, your boss has 3 choices. To either accept your recommendation for the 30 days period, reject it, extend it, or even reject your resignation in itself. So this man requested that his resignation would take effect after January 30, which is the 31st. The president in his communication told him no. It is written there clearly. The president said your resignation takes effect immediately. And the president went one step further and appointed somebody. So when you write a resignation letter, you are recommending to your boss that I resign, I want it to take effect on the 31st. Your boss has the option to tell you, say, yes, I agree. No, it's immediate effect. Or I don't even accept a resignation at all. In this case, the president said, I accept a resignation, but it's not going up to the 31st. It takes immediate effect. If you can understand that, that should be your worry. The concern about acting, this is why it's a civic education for people who are interested. The DA boss must take seat and perform. And to perform as the head of DA, you must be confirmed by the Senate before you can work as the head of DA. The only way you can work in DA without the confirmation of the Senate is when you are acting or when you are officer in charge. Because the Senate is not seated, the president appointed him as acting so that he can start work immediately. If you appoint him and he's not acting, he must go for confirmation before he can go to the DEA. So it's a wise decision. It's a basic civic education. For people who say, oh, you just appointing acting, you just appointing acting. No. The legislature, the Senate is not seated, and he wants the man to go to work immediately. And the only way you can go to work immediately is only if you are confirmed by the Senate or you are appointed as an acting. And because the Senate is not seated, they appointed him to act. Basic civic education. So we say that on the DA. Lastly, Stanton, I started this show by saying when people are making confusion, especially the government we support, because we believe in the agenda, it's not about corruption. Nobody say people must steal money, you go compromise corruption. Nobody say people should misbehave and go compromise corruption. But what happened to DEA? If people around AB and other fadiga will have said, gentlemen, let's leave this confusion. Let's pay attention to the responsibility. We wouldn't have gotten where we are today. But we all took side and decided to fight. Here is it today. The lesson from this is happening now to public works. 2 of our best are making confusion, which is normal. 2 of our best are making confusion, which is normal. It should be our responsibility to tell them, gentlemen, leave the confusion, work together, let's move the agenda. Instead of taking sides and fighting, and at the end of the day, come back to where we find ourselves. To Amin, you serve, the president asks you to go and sit because according to him, you bought a car that was expensive. You're part of the rescue mission. Hope you can find time to meet the president and talk to him about the way forward going in the future as a private businessman. Thank you, Stanton. It's over to you.
Thank you very much. You see, I would say this thanks to all of our fellow supporters, our fans out there supporting us. Thank very much to you, Uncle Sam Jackson. I know you heard today by using words on the People's Network, but again, we move on. Jackie, it's good to know that you're well and you're back and your internet is still tripping, but you're well. I don't know when they will have you to MCC. Fadiga, again, whenever you're ready, we're here. You can come talk. If you need counseling, don't forget to call me. I still your brother. I will counsel you accordingly. Okay?
I can't rather go ask my imam or my pastor.
Okay. JJ, it's good to see you. As it do, this thing can hurt, but you got 5 years, 3 months to go. You will get used to it. What you do to others come back to haunt you. You
We'll
did it to
find
other people for
battle. Ain't
6
gonna be
years.
a battle.
Yeah. Yeah, it will come back to haunt you, but we still love you, Acid, though. Acid Vatoba, the former chief of staff to Mr. Cummings, 1.61%. We love having you every day. When I see you, it reminds me of Mr. Cummings, 1.61%. My sister Fatima, brand new Mercedes GL 2025. We want to say enjoy your ride. And
I won't buy
again,
the old car. I won't buy the old car.
and again, it is what it is. Mama, it's good to have you back. Folks, I want to say this. It's a good thing to know that tomorrow the president, the executive manager, and the folks, maybe headed by the vice president and the team, will be talking about the solar system from 700 million hydropower project. They will be unveiling that project tomorrow. It is sponsored by the EU. You will get more to know about those things tomorrow. The Spoon Network will be there. Why are you laughing? And this is the big thing we always say on the show. It is important for us all, guys. This thing can hurt, but it's good to go and vote. When you win an election to run a government, it's not an easy thing. I must commend this president, Joseph Yuma Barker. From the other side, people will say, Stanton, be careful. Be careful for what? We champion Joseph Yuma Barker. I'm the first. I can put my hand up. And Jackie, everybody know if the president of the government made a mistake, we'll call them out. Every day we will. But if the president is on the right track trying to help and build a new Liberia, we should appreciate the president and we should elevate that agenda, that the agenda can spread across the nation. Our country, our people, we are beggars. It's not easy. Be not deceived, it will never be easy. Have you called any of your family members in Liberia? Some of them really appreciate when you get in $10. $10, they will live on it for 1 week. Wow, today I went to Burger King. I spent $16 for 1 piece of sandwich. When my son said, Daddy, I'm baking, the person said it would be 18 something for 2 pieces of bacon. Thank God I don't eat bacon. You know how much that is? How many family members they can feed? It's hard in Liberia, man. It would take everything in Joseph Yuma Barker, as tired as he is, at the age of 80, November 30, but he's still traveling. He's begging people to come to Liberia. He's begging folks to build a new Liberia. It's not easy. So how dare you will sit in this government and try to steal? How dare you will sit in this government and be corrupt? How dare you will sit in this government and think that it's okay to get $96,000 car and other people may be walking, going to work, and you call it capacity building? The president must take an action. The president will take an action. He have given us his word, even if that is his own son, Jojo Jr. or Tantan, or his wife, or his daughters, or his family. The last of Joseph Yuma Barker family siblings died. The only family Joseph Barker have right now is his wife and his children, maybe, and some of the other relatives that we don't know somewhere. This man going to bed dreaming Liberia. He waking up dreaming Liberia. He's only Liberia focused. He's not a playboy. People say, yes, I beat on this person about DSA because people have taken DSA to be a chopping spot. But I can tell you, president is very serious. Too many investigations going on, and the president is fully aware. People say, oh, but Abdullah Kamara, yes, indeed. Abdullah Kamara, yes, indeed. Listen, when I have this information, when you send them to me, I share them. You trust me, that way you send them to me. Let Mama here all day. We've been up and down.
And night, and night.
All night. Sometimes I refuse to pick Mama call from LRA. You know what is happening to LRA? Give us the chance to explain this to you tomorrow. You think Joseph Boakai sleeping and people must steal? Look at last year of the report, $136 million. Mommy, what did it say from last year on the Joey time? What did it say about the $137 million?
Reconcile discrepancies between the financial statement from the central bank and the LRA report on revenue.
People walk away with millions.
That small unreconciled difference there. Jesus.
Yeah, it's there. It's in the report. It's there. Then we
That's how you can be funny. So,
let me do my
reconcile different.
Let me do my closing. I beg you. Let me do my closing. You guys knows I didn't interrupt you. You're making your.
How about you found the way you on the show? How about what is reconcile the difference?
I know you I beg you, Ava, let me go. I know you the second vice president for all the Bank of America in the 15th August state. Yeah, I beg you guys.
Yeah, but
So
this
is an embarrassment. This is an embarrassment. I say, I beg you, please. With all due respect, I say, or else I will not take your call for the rest of the weekend, please.
When you take my call, you just say go.
This is
complete. As soon as you hear something about
you know, let me tell you something, mommy. Sedition papers, they told I said, don't get second chance. When Standard ready to talk, don't get him chance. That the mission I said, do on. We have to document. I say, I beg you, but I beg you, I say, thank you. We have to document, okay?
Reconcile balances.
It's an embarrassment. Let me come up. Let me fast forward. Here we are today. The president got to go to his room. 14 individuals joining the president to room. Speaker Fonati Kofa will make it the 14. People are going to room, not to bluff. The agriculture minister, Dr. Nuta, is going there, not to bluff, but to look for more resources for our country. You said on the show, Dr. Nuta said 576 equipment coming for the agriculture ministry. Who paying for that? People look at our country and say, we'll give you $10 million to go pay for it. You think if we sit down like, bro, we'll get it? You think your president that used to go around to look for girlfriend and boyfriend, you think that what we're on here? They don't get us into this thing.
Good night, Stanton. You have a good evening.
Good night, Uncle Sam. Bye. Good night, Uncle Sam. Bye.
It's 15 here. We start talking about girlfriend.
Good night. Bye. Bye. See you.
My grandson can do it like that, Jackie. Instead of going like that, you can go like that. Bye. So bye, Uncle Sam. Bye to you. Yeah. So let's just be fair. This is a president. Have you seen the man is so tired? He's sleeping in the hotel room in the bed. He's tired. The man got 3 cell phones. He got a laptop, big one and small one. But he's more powerful and energetic. He's there running the things and affairs of the country. You think President Joseph Boakai ain't got nothing to do to go to Rome and go do sweet time? What's the sweet time? We would chase them. Anybody that will use the president to bring them to power and they think that they can enrich themselves, we will chase them. I give my word to the president. I really don't want to work in your government. I will not work in your government, but I will be the one here when God gave me life and strength. We will chase them. And I will tell you, and I will tell people around the president, we will chase them. You like it, you don't like it, Django like it. We'll chase them. We will. It's embarrassment. You get asked to do it, Uncle Sam talking to you. Yeah, no, this is not a president that's going to go on a jaw ride to spend 2 weeks in Ghana just fasting. No. A purpose president, a focus president. Let God bless us, man. Let God bless our state. We asked the president to take action, he did. What more you want? There's more need to be done. Double Jara, we will chase him. Abdullah Kamara, we will chase them. The truth will be told. Whatever they put a hand in, it will be revealed. The government will be straight. All the people that are there that are trying to steal and bring in business illegally, we will expose them. money that going around and think they're gonna eat and buy their homes in Ghana, we will expose them. Yeah. Oh, you can bet on it. Mommy get a document. A lot of documents. Sometimes I get tired to look at it and say, Mommy, help me. A lot of documents. Things happening in our country. Don't close your eyes. If you work in the ministry, you have to help us with information. Things are happening. Bad things. And if you don't say, Joseph Boakai will not hear it. If you want to make Joseph Boakai, by the grace of God, to make Liberia good, you have to help him fight corruption. It was because of few good men that we get to know that Double Jada gave car to Army Mother for $96,000. Who broke that story? It was us, yeah. Yeah, on Spoon Talk. Who broke the story on Sylvester Grisby? It was us, yeah, on Spoon Talk. Who broke the story on the case of Abdullah Kamara from the other report? It was us here on Spoon Talk. About 15,000. It was us here. You guys gave us the information. Don't sit there. Do something. Give us the information. We'll run them all of the country. We are blessed. We are not proud. We are humble because you two, you fighting. DSA, who gave us the story from LFA? It was you. Who gave us the story on Fonanti Kofa? It was you. Who gave the story from the off-budget account? It was you. Help us fight this massive giant of corruption out of our country. That's why we come every day. We speak every day. They will get vexed every day, but they will ban us. If they vex more than that, we ask them to go hug the transformer. Don't do it. You will not survive. May God bless you. May God keep you. We'll be back again tomorrow. By fire, by force, we'll shake table. You'll have a good night.
30 seconds, Jackie. What you say?
No, I just wanted to request tomorrow. Can they show how life more discuss more on those resolutions so the public is aware?
Say that?
For
The
tomorrow,
president resolution.
the resolution,
yeah.
to talk more about it, to inform the public.
Yeah,
Executive order, actually.
The executive order I have it, and one of them, anyway, the executive marshal already published it because it's all standard. You gotta wait. Yes, you are right. Everything that is on the executive marshal website, please go and see. Our good stuff came out today. The executive order, the railway. I love that because somebody was pushing me. Said, my man, that bro got to take control of this or train track railway or something, and they put it in there. It's a good thing, you know. To tell you the truth, just go and read it. Jackie will be here with us. I hope you can build your internet strength because you're sounding like robot. Steve Gray, banana. That's how you sounding.
Fatima, please send me the cost of the car.
Everybody coming up. Stay great. Banana.
You got to ask him for the car, Benio.
I want a car price.
I saw you tell COC smoothie with a boy.
That's a car. No, I didn't ask you to tell me anything. You are happy, you are in your new car, you think that you are in a plane, you announced it. I asked you where's the old car. You said that people won't buy the old car from you. The car is just 5 years old. The dealership won't buy it from 4 years old. The dealership won't buy it from her for 7,000. I said, don't sell it.
No, let's see what you not do here. Anytime Stanton come here and tell anything, we'll believe it because you prove
I
it
was
right here.
I was
I
alive.
see it the last time we were talking, I was here saying that not true. Not knowing that's true.
Sometimes you can lie. I don't want to lie.
No, Stanton, anything you say that's true. You
no,
that's true. That's not true. He can miss the lie and the truth. Sometimes that's true, sometimes I lie.
That's because you want to buy the car.
Yeah.
No. Fatima, get that car to your daughter. That car still new. Get it to your daughter.
Have you seen her daughter? Have you seen her daughter car? Have you seen her daughter car? Have you seen the woman daughter car?
You want to put a $1 car or something?
But you said something. The woman said she's saying the car. You say I can lie. That was many days you stay in the back. You only carry for closing.
Everybody know you got pressure. You got pressure. Everybody know you got pressure. The boy heard you confess. The boy heard you confess.
Be safe over there.
Yeah, Fatima, the man confessed today. How you can try to suppress me in the back? He confessed today. And
No,
tell
but
me, I keep.
But
I
you trying to bring what you are eating.
Then he teased the whole lot today. He teased the
When
whole
he told
room.
me, when you heard what he said, oh, the hair not gay, man. Anytime CEO tell you something gay, that food you go and eat. And I only bagel.
Yeah.
So that potato greens you ate or what? What you ate?
That bagel you can be eating. When you get
No, I don't eat bagel anymore, Fatima.
Oh, you start? When you start?
Yeah, I don't eat bagel anymore.
Oh wow. Oh,
Yeah.
I saw him last.
Jackie, really staying long today.
I swear to God, I saw him the other day. I couldn't believe it. No, let's say Spartan.
Oh, you want to tell me the city
Wait.
the city,
So that desk he's sitting behind, something big on the desk.
the city you told Fadiga that why you want to everything afar.
They say Spartan to one.
The same thing you told Fadiga. You want everything afar. Lawyer.
You holding it in.
Holding it. Why we are holding it? I'll beg you. I can get far though. I wish I could get far. I can't get far. Seriously. I really want to get. I want to get bigger than Fadiga, but I can't.
But
I really want to get bigger than Fadiga, but I can't. I wish I can get far. You know.
Fadiga too specific. So where you get come from? You say you psychologist. You talking about people image. You don't think I hate it?
Nelson, come on the show now. Look at the other disrespectful person. They can say, CEO, come on the show, let's see you. I'm a stand up for everything. I'm a stand up for. I can't stand up. Big I'm a stand up for everything.
Right now. CEO shock me.
Nelson, hello, yeah. I see you.
Ellen Johnson, mind your business. I'm not standing up.
Let me go boss.
Yes, sir. Man, go eat, man. Enjoy yourself. Jackie. All right.
Yeah.
Jackie, let's see you tomorrow, Jackie. Uncle Sam afraid of you.
Come on tomorrow.
Yeah, Uncle Sam afraid of you.
Uncle Sam can switch on. Jenny, other day, Uncle Sam was talking good today. I don't know if that a Hennessy Esco, but he just switched up taba today. Me, I was Shanko. The other day, even I agree with Uncle Sam when I'm talking. I want the president to succeed. I want the president to do well. I was all happy. Then today 360, 380, I think I'm 387.
Yesterday too, he was really on. Yeah, yesterday as well. But we had to do with him.
Anything so it can be too there. So maybe that will happen.
Yeah, but no, you know what? We happy for you guys. Thank you. But the decision coming up is the president's decision to make. I will say to everyone, this is great. That President Joseph
Amy rather said that they mention Amy rather ball and wash you.
And at the end of the day, I would say that yes, indeed, Abe Kurma is a great man. But you know what? He'll still be there. Fadiga Hassan is a good guy. He can still come back and do his work as an FBI agent. Bauko, again, he been around the block, he know the system. May God bless them. You know, if they are not coming back and new folks coming, we wish they do good well. And we hope that they can
and see, in government position is a privilege to serve, you know? It's not any one person's job. It's not any one particular person. So I don't think nobody should drag their friend down because of that position. It's not anybody's name written on it. So if it's a privilege, if the person calls
listen. I'll say this. You have some good people. These guys are great men, and we wish them well. Because you know what? As it is now, it is why it is. Wish the person well on the strip. And I was hearing today that somebody from Spoon is on the trip with the president. So congrats to that young man that will be traveling with the president to Rome. And congrats to all those that joined the press team to be covering and representing Liberia. Which institution you come from, congrats to you. We are proud of you. All right. This is the day that we all can come together to say we are so proud of our fellow young men and women. This thing the guys do every day, Jackie, we don't pay them that much, but they are doing it with passion, with love for country. You know, you give them the $10 or $20 there to go eat the lapapido. They go home, You know, some of them, their baby to the baby mom with the mom. So they get a $10, they go share it. They get a $20, they go share it. Then they go back to hustle. So I mean, this is it. You know. But we all used to do it. Your baby man to your man place. We all used to do it. Your baby man to your man place. Like my son said, and you know, I heard that the man went to my man place. That place she was at, and you know, it is what it is. As a young man, things happen. But we want to be grateful to God. And there's now Sam is in Europe doing his thing. This is life. Things happen. Things change. And we are blessed.
At the end of the day, Liberia wins. When Liberia wins, we all win. You know, that's the truth. So
Yeah.
I mean, it's just good for Liberia. This is a good thing for Liberia.
True. I want to say thanks to Nelson. How many folks tuned in today? How many folks tuned in today before Jackie then go? Can you just check your Facebook? Let's see how many people tuned in today on Spoon Talk. And then we can say, yes, we are where we are on Spoon Talk today. Oh, 50,000. Wow. 5.9 comments, 5,900 plus comments. Guys, we want to say thank you, man. Those on the radio land, we appreciate you too. And we'll see you guys tomorrow. Don't forget Spoon Talk Business tomorrow. Again, join the team, and they will be giving you, if you have your business you want to share, reach out to that agency. All right. Fatima, we're still waiting for the stuff. We are in the second week now.
I tell you, I said Friday. Don't even start with me. Look at him there trying to can't start tomorrow, not Friday.
You got your new car. You got your new car. So
yes, new car. CEO.
You know how they put them buy in the country, right, Jackie? Jackie, you know how they put them buy? If you carry your car to repair, right, for maintenance, they can say, "Oh, I don't think you this guy here, you've been getting it. Can you walk with me?" You walk with them, they're going to show you the new one.
They say, this is a Luna. Take this Luna and go
take the Luna and go test it. You go test drive it and you fall in love with it.
Right, that's what I did.
Yeah.
But I know the reason why Fatima bought that car though, and she paid cash because she got her child support money from AB. Fatima bought. Yeah, have a good night.
And I'm working. I just said not collecting. Look at you.
You get a child support money from AB. You refuse. The reason I announced it, Jackie, she refused to give me. She refused to give me some. She refused to give me some, so I have to announce it. I tired with it.
I can every day. I can see you. I can see me on the show. I'm working. I got 2 jobs, 1 full-time, 1 part-time, and then I work 6 days a week.
But what I have to do with AB,
I get child support money.
What I have to do with AB giving you a child support? What I have to do
money, earn it.
Yeah.
The children all grown. The children finish growing. They last year in grad school.
Yeah, but you say your child support. They remember owing you the past child support, not the current one. But even that my brother, a man I pay child support, he asked me to announce it because he's my brother.
Honestly, to tell the truth, the car is bad.
I knew that. Listen, people thought I was joking. That's it. That's the truth. I wasn't joking.
2025. Oh my God, the car is bad. I mean,
put in the chat room.
I was
put a picture in the chat room. Let's see.
Drop it in the chat room.
I've been hiding this guy.
How much did you pay for it though?
I don't know. I ain't paying nothing. Okay, you have a good night. It's time.
Oh, but I think you want us to be real now. Be serious. How much did you pay for it?
I pay for the car. Let me see. Oh, let me man. I beg you, Jackie. All I can tell you.
So the people get you free car.
Jackie. Everything I ping, pam, ping. Bing, bing, bing.
So we know you telling us that people give you free car, you can't tell how much you pay for it.
I say people give me free car. Let's see you.
So how much you pay for it?
She said
you can research the car. I still thinking about it.
Guys, I beg you, you're doing me a favor. Hey man, I gotta announce this. I want you guys. No, seriously. I beg you, I forgot all about this today. 1 minute, folks. I want you guys, please. Let me upload this. Jackie, I want you to see this.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. This is, you know what I should do it? No, I gotta ask. I want to put a card, the Ami Moda card VIN number up
No,
for
don't
people
put
to
it.
check it and see whether it's a bush meat.
All right, now be me
Because
today.
I did.
I don't want talking. Stop it, see. Don't say nothing.
All
Leave
right,
her
so we'll finish with that story. So let me leave here alone. My man, Jackie, let you buy too, eh? You be here giving me problem for me to put information. Or let you buy. That's quiet thing. Maybe you're not good.
Serious, Jackie. How you can do people?
I know.
Jackie, your brother John Siafa. They say the mayor. They say he's chilling and they play that working fine.
He's going good. I'm sure he has some challenges, but he's a hardworking person. One thing for John Siafa, he's hardworking. So I'm sure whatever the challenges are, he will overcome them.
That's it. Oh, you don't want me to talk. You don't want me to talk further.
About him.
You don't want me to talk further, right?
No, but it's true. He is hardworking. So whatever challenges he's facing, I'm sure he will overcome them sooner or later.
Okay. Let me leave it. The show not close. Guys, you have a good night.
Somebody said rescue mission pay me consultancy fee. Hey.
I heard that before.
I wish you had the government trying to see you on a plaque and new spoon. Fatima Sherry consultancy. Big yeah. You better stop that thing. I work hard for mine.
Fatima, Bintu Salif, thank you very much. Have a good night. Sister Jackie, have a good night, man. You
Jackie,
guys
be safe, okay?
All right.
Love you, cousin.
Tomorrow, we gotta talk about the resolution from the retreat.
Jackie and her resolution, but she play with you. Me.
The 2-day resolution. All right. On the retreat, the cabinet retreat. Y'all, good night.
Thank God you come here, Jackie. I will have to. Thank God you come here. I will have to remove some people.
Love that bundle. Thank you. Good night.
Good night, Nelson.
Good night, Mama. Nelson, as always, man, have a good one. Again, it's good having you. You got Air Nike on. I got Adidas on. You guys enjoy your.
You know, I follow.
Anybody know Buster? I got information about this guy, the Remini Group. Anybody know Buster Units? You know Buster Units? He was one of the board members at Freeport.
No idea.
Yeah, maybe a lot of people know him. I want to say something about Buster Units.
People can be careful when you call somebody's name and ask for them that, then it means that something behind it, you know. So
yeah, I want to say something about Buster Units.
If the man listening now, I know he'll be.
I hope he listens to me though. Seriously, I hope he listens to me. Anybody know Buster Unit? They got a bad guy. Anybody know Buster Units, please? Buster Unit is here. He just got back from Liberia. He's here. You know, he's here in New Jersey. So if you know, anybody, y'all tell him to call me. I got a message for him. And I'm going to leave it like that. I'm not going to get myself in a situation. But, you know, Nelson.
Yes, sir.
All right, man. So we are here. May God bless you, Nelson. May God keep you. May God bless our state. We'll be back again tomorrow. A lot of development story. We will give it to you like we see it, like we hear it. Liberia must be better. Any other thing that's tired though, I'm going to find my drive.
Yeah, I think everything is all done and said. The Liberian people have been fed with some real information tonight. So
look at the other guys that are helping with Fatima Ndabo. Take Alan serious, oh. CEO, please help me with Fatima Ndabo. I about to call the man on the show, saying that hey, web, yeah. The man named Josh. I won't call the last name. Should I call the last name?
No, don't call it.
I won't call the man name. What if I got asked me about help with Fatima Ndabo?
No, maybe the man want to get her information.
Where I beg you, why you can't give me the information? That Fatima, you go get information too. But yeah, man, let's just have a good one. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Nettie Roberts blog. It's good to see you, Philip Ballard. And everyone else, have a good night.
Yeah, and the late night show. Yes, sir. The late night show will be a year, 1 year old on Saturday.
Oh yeah.
It will be 1 year since the show started.
So what you guys doing?
Yeah, the team
I heard
is.
that you guys will be down for maintenance on Saturday.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
but you can still do it because it's on Facebook, right?
Yeah.
All right, listen, I gotta go. Have a good night, man.
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Well, folks, we appreciate everyone for being here tonight. Thanks for making your input on the program tonight. Thanks a lot to everyone for calling in, for sharing your thoughts in the comment section. We appreciate you. Thanks to Kristen. That's Kristen Tita Brown, Lavette Bondo, Myron Weir. Thanks to everyone for being here tonight. This is how we like to end up. Our dear sister Shirley Snen, Vestad Yuri, everyone, thanks for being here tonight. We'll be back tomorrow with another edition of the program. Until then, have a good night. Coming up shortly is the late night show, the late night politics on Spoon. Until then, have a good night and bye-bye for now.
Yes, a special one from the CEO, Stan coming with the spoon. And your boy, Friday.